Welcome back, my friend. I'm here tonight to help you fall asleep. Please support me with a like, a comment, and a subscription. The channel is going through a tough time. Tell me from where you're watching and what time it is for you. It helps a lot. Let's try to reach 100 likes and 100 comments on this video, and feel free to share your thoughts freely. Thank you from the heart, and now, let's begin.
I've always known these woods were alive, not just in the way most people understand, with trees and animals and the natural cycles of life, but alive in ways that defy explanation. My grandfather, who gave me my Cherokee name, Adahi, meaning one who lives in the woods, understood this better than anyone. For 12 years, I've served as a ranger at Tsalagi National Forest, a sprawling wilderness in the Blue Ridge Mountains. The forest's official name on government maps is different, but our people have called it Tsalagi since before the white man's boots first disturbed these grounds. It's a place where mist clings to ancient pines until midday, and where shadows seem to move of their own accord. The radio crackled to life on my belt. "Ranger Stevens, come in." The formal name, James Stevens, always felt foreign to me. I am Adahi to my family, to the elders, to myself. "Stevens here," I replied, pressing the talk button with my thumb as I navigated a steep section of the trail. Morning dew still clung to the undergrowth, dampening my boots. "We've got another missing persons report. Family of 4 this time. They were supposed to check in at Whitewater Campground last night. Never showed." I felt a familiar tightness in my chest. "Any last known coordinates?" "They were hiking the Ridge Trail yesterday afternoon. Planned to camp at the Overlook. Weather was clear and they're experienced hikers. The Ridge Trail. Again. The 3rd disappearance in that area this season. The first had been a solo hiker, a college student who'd gone off trail to photograph wildlife. They found his backpack 2 weeks later, camera intact with strange blurry photos of something large moving between distant trees. The second was an older couple who'd been coming to these mountains for 30 years without incident. "I'll head that way now," I said. "Any search parties organized yet?" "County Rescue is assembling. ETA 90 minutes. You're closest. Copy that. I'll check in when I reach the ridge." As I changed direction toward the Ridge Trail, my mind wandered to the stories my grandfather told around the fire when I was a child. Stories of Nunyunuwi, the stone man who stalked these forests, and of Keklikudla, the legendary hairy man of the mountains. Tourists and park officials dismissed these as quaint native folklore, but my grandfather's eyes always held something deeper when he spoke of them. A warning. The Ridge Trail was beautiful, but treacherous. It followed an ancient pathway that my ancestors had used for centuries, winding along a granite ridge that offered spectacular views of the valley below. But it was remote, with steep drop-offs and dense forest on either side that could swallow a person whole if they strayed from the path. As I hiked, the forest grew unnaturally quiet. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just the sound of my own breathing and the crunch of my boots on the trail. Rangers develop a sixth sense for their territory, and something was off. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I found myself checking my sidearm more often than usual. I reached the designated Overlook campsite by mid-morning. The family's tent was still there, zipped closed. Their cooking gear was arranged neatly beside a fire pit containing cold ashes. 4 backpacks leaned against a log. "Hello?" I called out. "Park Ranger." "Anyone here?" Nothing but the wind in the pines answered me. I approached the tent and called out again before unzipping it. Empty sleeping bags were arranged inside alongside personal items. Everything appeared normal except for the complete absence of people. Moving methodically, I examined the campsite. There were no signs of struggle, no blood, no indication of animal intrusion. It was as if the family had simply vanished into thin air. The only unusual detail was a series of large, indistinct footprints at the edge of the clearing, leading into the dense forest. Too large for a human, too shaped for a bear. I photographed them carefully before they could be disturbed, then followed them to the tree line. The forest beyond was old growth, untouched for centuries. Grandfather called it the sacred place and warned me never to enter it alone. The radio crackled again. "Stevens, what's your status?" "I'm at the campsite. Family's gear is all here, but no sign of them. I found some unusual tracks heading east into the old growth section." Static hissed before the reply came. "Wait for backup. County Rescue is en route." "Copy that," I said, but my eyes remained fixed on those massive, humanoid footprints disappearing into the shadows. I've been a ranger long enough to follow protocol, but I've been Cherokee long enough to know when something unnatural is happening in our ancestral lands. I checked my watch, still 45 minutes before backup would arrive. I couldn't shake the feeling that this family might not have that long to wait. The wind shifted, carrying a strange, musky odor from the direction of the tracks. An odor I couldn't identify, not bear, not deer, not any animal I recognized from my years in these woods. Making my decision, I updated my coordinates in my GPS locator, checked my gear, and stepped off the trail. Protocol be damned, there were children missing. The old-growth forest swallowed me immediately. The canopy above was so dense that it created a perpetual twilight below. Moss-covered trunks wider than my truck stood like ancient sentinels. The tracks were clearer here in the soft earth, huge five-toed imprints pressing deep into the ground. Whatever made them was heavy and walked on two legs. My grandfather's voice echoed in my memory. The old ones still walk in the deepest woods. They were here before us and will remain when we are gone. 20 minutes into my tracking, I found the first sign of the missing family. A child's stuffed animal dropped beside a massive fallen tree. There was no blood, no sign of violence. Just the abandoned toy lying there like a breadcrumb on a trail. The forest grew denser, darker, and I had to use my flashlight despite the morning hour. The tracks continued, now joined by smaller human footprints, the family, seemingly walking alongside the creature. Not running, not dragged, just walking. That's when I heard it. A low, rumbling sound that was neither growl nor speech but something in between. It echoed through the trees, making it impossible to pinpoint the direction. My hand moved to my sidearm instinctively. From somewhere ahead came a child's laugh, quickly silenced. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the vastness of the ancient forest. "Park Ranger. I'm here to help." Silence fell again, heavier than before. Then a rustling of movement, something massive shifting through the undergrowth ahead. I raised my flashlight, and for an instant in the narrow beam, I caught a glimpse of something tall and broad-shouldered moving between the trees. Something covered in dark hair that walked upright on two legs. In that moment, I knew my grandfather's stories weren't just legends. The old ones were real, and they had taken a family into the deepest part of our woods. The beam of my flashlight cut through the gloom, briefly illuminating the massive silhouette before it disappeared behind a stand of ancient hemlocks. My heart hammered against my ribs as I forced myself to move forward. 12 years as a ranger had taught me to respect these mountains and their dangers. Bears, cougars, sudden storms that could strand the unprepared. But nothing in my training had prepared me for this. "This is Ranger Stevens," I whispered into my radio, keeping my voice low. "I'm approximately 2 miles east of the Ridge Trail overlook, tracking possible survivors and something else." Static answered me. I tried again, adjusting the frequency. Nothing. The old-growth forest had swallowed all. Signals I was alone with whatever stalked these woods. The tracks continued, deeper into a ravine where a small creek cut through the forest floor. The water ran clear over smooth stones, and beside it I found another sign of the missing family. A man's boot print in the mud, alongside those larger, inhuman prints. They had stopped here, perhaps for water. A branch snapped somewhere ahead, and I froze, listening intently. The forest had gone silent again. No birds, no insects, as if every living thing was holding its breath. In the stillness, I could hear my own pulse throbbing in my ears. Moving as quietly as possible, I continued following the tracks. The ravine narrowed, the sides steepening until I was making my way through what amounted to a natural corridor of stone and earth. The tactical part of my brain screamed that I was walking into a natural trap, but the tracks led onward, and with them, my only hope of finding the missing family. The temperature dropped noticeably as I progressed. The summer heat that had made the higher trails uncomfortable couldn't penetrate this deep into the earth. My breath began to fog in front of my face, and I pulled my jacket closer around me. The narrow passage suddenly opened into a small clearing dominated by an enormous tulip poplar, the largest I'd ever seen. Its trunk must have been 12 feet in diameter, its lowest branches starting 50 feet up. At its base, nestled between massive roots, was what appeared to be an opening, a dark void leading beneath the tree. And surrounding that opening were dozens of items: a hiker's boot, a tattered backpack, a camera, a child's jacket, objects I recognized from missing persons reports over the years. This wasn't just about one family. This was a collection, a trophy pile. My blood ran cold as I cataloged the items with my flashlight. Some were relatively new. Others had clearly been exposed to the elements for years, perhaps decades. And beyond them, leading into that dark hollow beneath the tree, were fresh tracks, both the creatures and the families. The stories my grandfather told by firelight came rushing back. He spoke of the Quetzalcoatl, the hairy man, who was said to take people into the deep caves of the mountains. Some versions of the legend said he ate them. Others claimed he kept them, turning them wild until they forgot their human lives. I drew my sidearm, checked that a round was chambered, and approached the opening. The musky odor I detected earlier was stronger here, mingled with the scent of damp earth and something else. Something that reminded me of the bear den I'd once had to inspect after reports of poaching. Hello? I called into the darkness, my voice echoing slightly. This is Park Ranger Stevens. I'm here to help. From within came a sound that made my skin crawl, a low rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate the very air around me. It wasn't aggressive exactly. It was territorial. A warning. I reached for my radio again out of habit, knowing it was useless. The search party would be at the campsite by now, but they wouldn't find my trail for hours. By then it would be dark, and no one would risk these woods at night. Not even for a missing ranger. I was on my own, standing at the threshold of what could very well be my own grave. Taking a deep breath, I clicked on my tactical flashlight, the most powerful one I carried, and ducked into the opening beneath the ancient tree. The passageway sloped downward, the ceiling low enough that I had to crouch. Tree roots formed a natural lattice above me, soil clinging to them and occasionally dropping onto my shoulders as I moved. The air grew colder, damper, and the smell stronger. After about 30 feet, the tunnel widened into a larger chamber. My flashlight beam couldn't reach the far walls, but what it did illuminate stopped me cold. Along one side of the chamber were crude shelters made of branches and leaves. And huddled inside one of them was the missing family. A man, a woman, and 2 children, perhaps 8 and 10 years old. They were alive, apparently unharmed. But their eyes reflected my flashlight with a wild, animal-like quality that sent chills down my spine. I'm Ranger Stevens, I said, approaching slowly, keeping my voice calm and even. I'm here to take you back. The man, I recognized him from the photo in the missing persons report, pulled his children closer and made a strange guttural sound. The woman bared her teeth slightly. Mr. Kendall? I tried again, remembering the family's name. David Kendall? I'm with the Park Service. Your extended family reported you missing. Recognition flickered in the man's eyes, but it was distant, confused, as if I was reminding him of a dream he'd had long ago. How was this possible? They'd only been missing for a day. A low rumble from the shadows behind me answered my unspoken question. I whirled around, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness to illuminate a massive figure. It stood over 8 feet tall, its broad frame covered in thick dark hair. Its face was a strange amalgamation of human and ape-like features. A prominent brow, deep-set eyes that reflected red in my light, a flattened nose, and a mouth that seemed capable of both bestial snarls and something approaching speech. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Quetzalcoatl, the legendary creature of the deep woods, stood before me, very real and very dangerous. I raised my weapon instinctively, but something stopped me from firing. Perhaps it was the lack of aggressive posturing from the creature. Or perhaps it was something deeper, a sense that I was facing not just an animal but an ancient intelligence. It made that rumbling sound again. And to my shock, the Kendall family responded with similar vocalizations. A conversation was happening that I couldn't understand. They need to come with me, I said firmly, addressing the creature directly. They don't belong here. The creature tilted its massive head, studying me with eyes that held more understanding than should be possible. It took a step forward into the full beam of my light, and I saw what I hadn't noticed before. Around its neck hung a crude pendant made of polished stone. It was carved with symbols I recognized from the oldest Cherokee petroglyphs, symbols that predated European contact. This wasn't just a wild creature of the woods. This was something that had existed alongside my ancestors, something that had been part of these mountains for countless generations. It raised one massive hand, fingers splayed, showing me an open palm. Not aggressive, but not yielding either. Behind me, David Kendall spoke, his voice hoarse and strange, as if he'd forgotten how to use it properly. "We stay," he said. "We belong now." His wife nodded, her eyes fixed on the creature with something approaching reverence. "No," I said firmly. "Your family is waiting for you. Your parents, your siblings. People are searching for you right now." The creature made another sound and David shook his head violently. "Chosen," he said. "We chosen." That's when I noticed the strange marks on their foreheads, patterns of what looked like mud or clay, forming symbols similar to those on the creature's pendant. Some kind of ritual had taken place here, something that had altered these people in ways I couldn't understand. The creature took another step toward me, and this time, I sensed no peace in its approach. I raised my weapon again. "I'm taking them back," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "They have a right to choose, but they need to be of sound mind to do it." The creature's eyes narrowed, and it bared teeth that could tear through flesh with frightening ease. It understood me. I was certain of it now, and it did not want to let its chosen ones go. Chapter 3. The chosen one's time seemed to stop as the creature and I faced each other in the dim chamber beneath the ancient tree. Behind me, the Kendall family huddled together, their eyes darting between me and the massive being that had, for reasons I couldn't comprehend, selected them. In my 12 years as a ranger, I'd faced down territorial bears, rescued climbers from near-death situations, and navigated these mountains in the worst conditions imaginable. But nothing had prepared me for this standoff with a legend come to life. "Mr. Kendall," I said, not taking my eyes off the creature, "I need you and your family to come toward me slowly." David Kendall made that strange guttural sound again, then struggled to form words. "No. Danger. No. Harm. Whatever's happening here, we need to discuss it above ground," I insisted. "Your family has rights, but this isn't the way." The creature let out a low rumble and took another step forward. I tensed, my finger hovering near the trigger of my sidearm. "Don't," David said, his voice clearer now, urgent. "Protector. Ancient one." The creature raised its massive hand again, this time pointing at my chest, then at its own. A gesture of equivalence? Recognition? That's when it clicked. The pendant, the symbols, the reverence in the family's eyes. This wasn't a random abduction. This was something cultural, ritualistic, something that perhaps stretched back to the time when my Cherokee ancestors first encountered these beings in the deep woods. I lowered my weapon slightly, but kept it ready. "I'm listening," I said to both David and the creature. "But I have a duty to bring this family back safely." The creature made a series of sounds, grunts and clicks that seemed to form a pattern. To my astonishment, Mrs. Kendall responded with similar sounds, then turned to me. "Chosen. Protectors," she said haltingly. "Forest dying, need help." I struggled to understand. "You're saying this creature chose your family to help protect the forest?" She nodded emphatically, pointing to the strange markings on their foreheads. "Bond," she said. "Ancient bond." The creature moved again, this time retreating to the shadows of the chamber. It returned moments later, carrying something in its massive hands, an object wrapped in what appeared to be animal hide. With surprising gentleness, it placed the object on the ground between us and unwrapped it. Inside was a stone tablet covered in petroglyphs, similar to those I'd seen in the oldest sacred sites of my tribe. But these were different, more detailed, showing human figures standing alongside taller, broader figures that could only be representatives of this creature's kind. David crawled forward, pointing at the tablet. "History," he said. "Your people?" "His people. Together." I stared at the tablet, memories of my grandfather's stories rushing back. He'd spoken of the guardian spirits of the deep forest, beings that had taught the early Cherokee which plants could heal and which would kill, how to move through the mountains without disturbing their balance. "These petroglyphs," I said slowly, "they show cooperation between humans and your kind." I addressed this last part to the creature, who nodded its massive head once. Mrs. Kendall made another series of those strange sounds, and the creature responded. Then she looked at me. "Says, once, many human helpers. Now, few, forest, sick." I looked around the chamber with new eyes. This wasn't a predator's den. It was a place of instruction, of initiation. The items outside weren't trophies. They were artifacts left behind by those who had been chosen before, perhaps over generations. How many others? I asked, gesturing to the crude shelters around the chamber. David held up 7 fingers. 7 families. Many years. 7 other groups of people chosen over what could be decades or even centuries, living in these woods as intermediaries between the creature's kind and humanity. It was almost impossible to believe, yet the evidence was before me. And they stayed willingly. I pressed. David and his wife exchanged glances. After understanding, yes, the implications were staggering. People who had been mourned as dead, as victims of the wilderness, were potentially living different lives entirely, serving as some kind of forest guardians alongside these legendary creatures. The creature made another series of sounds, more urgent now. Mrs. Kendall listened intently, then turned to me. Says can others incoming, your people, danger, the search party. They would have followed my trail by now, perhaps even discovered the entrance to this underground chamber, and they would come armed, ready to confront whatever had taken a family and now a ranger. I need to go back up, I said. I need to stop them before they find this place. The creature's eyes narrowed suspiciously. I won't reveal your location, I promised. But I need to report that I found the family safe. Not safe, David said. Chosen, important. I took a deep breath. Mr. Kendall, whatever's happening here, there are proper channels. Your family was reported missing. People are worried. They're searching for you right now. No, return, Mrs. Kendall said firmly. Our purpose now? I looked at their children, who had remained silent throughout the exchange. They showed no signs of fear, no signs of distress. If anything, they seemed fascinated by the creature, watching its every move with wide, curious eyes. The children deserve a choice, I said. They deserve to grow up in the world they were born into, at least until they're old enough to decide for themselves. The creature made a low, mournful sound. Then, to my surprise, it reached out one massive hand and gently touched the head of the youngest child. The boy smiled up at it without fear. David spoke again, his words coming more easily now. Children, special, see truth. Adults, forget. A sound from the tunnel leading to the surface interrupted our strange dialogue. Voices distant but drawing closer. The search party had found the entrance. The creature straightened to its full height, a growl building in its chest. The family huddled closer together, fear in their eyes for the first time. Hide, I said quickly. I'll speak to them. I moved toward the tunnel entrance, but before I could reach it, the creature grabbed my arm with surprising speed. Its grip was like iron, but it didn't hurt me. It stared into my eyes, and in that moment I felt something pass between us, an understanding that went beyond words. It released me and made a series of gestures, pointing to the family, to itself, to me, and then upward, toward the surface. He wants, you understand, David translated haltingly. See truth, then decide. There's no time, I said, hearing the voices growing closer. The creature reached for its pendant and removed it from around its neck. It pressed the stone carving into my palm and closed my fingers around it. Symbol, Mrs. Kendall explained. Trust, return, alone, learn. I nodded, tucking the pendant into my pocket. I'll come back, I promised. But for now, stay hidden. The creature retreated into the shadows of the chamber, taking the family with it. I turned and hurried into the tunnel, meeting the search party halfway. Stevens, exclaimed Rodriguez, one of the county rescue team members. Thank God, did you find them? I hesitated for just a moment. No sign of the family in this direction, I lied. Just some strange tracks that led me to this old root cellar, probably used by settlers a century ago. Rodriguez looked past me, his flashlight beam probing the darkness. What's down there? Nothing but roots and dirt, I said. I've been searching for hours. We should head back, regroup, try another direction. He seemed suspicious but nodded. The rest of the team is checking the western ridge. Let's join them. As we climbed back to the surface, I felt the weight of the stone pendant in my pocket. I had just lied to a fellow rescue worker, violated every protocol I was sworn to uphold. And yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I had glimpsed something profound in that underground chamber, something that connected to my heritage in ways I was only beginning to understand. The creature, the Kekle Kudla of my grandfather's stories, was real. And it had chosen me as surely as it had chosen the Kendall family. That night, as the search continued in all the wrong places, I sat alone in my cabin, examining the pendant by lamplight. The symbols carved into its surface seemed to shift and change as I turned it, telling a story I could almost but not quite comprehend. Tomorrow, I would return to the ancient tree, alone, and I would learn the truth about the guardians of these mountains, whatever the cost. Dawn broke over the mountains, painting the mist-shrouded peaks in shades of gold and pink. I'd barely slept, my mind racing with everything I'd witnessed beneath the ancient tree. The stone pendant lay heavy in my palm as I sat on my cabin porch, watching the first light of day filter through the pines. My radio crackled to life. "Stevens, you copy? Meeting at base camp in 30. "Copy that," I responded automatically. I should have been preparing for another day of searching, a search I knew would be fruitless. Instead, I found myself tracing the strange symbols on the pendant, feeling an inexplicable connection to them. My grandfather had once told me that the old ways of knowing weren't lost, merely forgotten. "Our ancestors speak to us still," he'd said, "if only we remember how to listen." I closed my eyes, trying to listen with more than my ears. The forest around my cabin seemed to pulse with life. The chittering of squirrels, the songs of warblers, the whisper of wind through leaves. But beneath those familiar sounds was something else, something I'd never noticed before. A rhythm, like a heartbeat, emanating from the depths of the old-growth forest. My decision made itself. I called in to say I was checking a lead several miles from the actual search area, packed my gear, and headed back toward the ancient tree. The forest felt different today. Where yesterday it had seemed ominous and forbidding, today it felt aware, alive in a way that went beyond biology. I found myself noticing details I'd overlooked for years, the way certain trees grew in patterns that couldn't be coincidental, the way game trails converged at points that offered the best vantage of the valleys below. These weren't random features. They were designed, cultivated over generations by something that understood the forest as a single, living entity. As I approached the ravine leading to the ancient tree, I felt the pendant grow warm against my chest where I'd hung it on a leather cord. Not hot enough to burn, but noticeably warmer than body temperature. The entrance beneath the tree roots stood open, just as I'd left it. No sign remained of yesterday's search party. I'd made sure they marked this area as cleared. Taking a deep breath, I ducked into the opening and made my way down the earthen tunnel. The chamber beyond was empty. No sign of the Kendall family, no sign of the creature, but the shelters remained and the stone tablet still lay where it had been placed. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing slightly in the underground space. I came back as promised. Silence answered me. I approached the stone tablet, kneeling beside it to examine the petroglyphs more carefully in the beam of my flashlight. They told a story, that much was clear now. A story of first contact between my ancestors and the creatures of the deep forest. Some of the symbols matched those on ancient Cherokee artifacts I'd seen in museums, but others were entirely unknown to me. As I studied the tablet, I became aware of a presence behind me. I didn't hear it approach. A being that size moving without sound seemed impossible, but I felt it. A change in the air pressure of the chamber. The sense of being watched. I turned slowly to find the creature standing just beyond the reach of my light, its eyes reflecting red in the darkness. "I came back," I said, standing to face it. "I want to understand." The creature made that rumbling sound again, then stepped forward into the light. In daylight filtered through the roots above, I could see details I'd missed the night before. Its face, while definitely not human, held expression and intelligence. Its hair wasn't uniformly dark, but varied in color and texture across its body. And around its wrists were what appeared to be woven bands of plant fiber, deliberate adornment. This was no mere animal. This was a being with culture, with history. It gestured to the pendant I wore, then to itself. "Yes," I said. "I accepted your token. I came alone." It nodded once, then turned and moved toward the back of the chamber, clearly expecting me to follow. I hesitated only briefly before falling in step behind it. A narrow passage I hadn't noticed before led deeper underground. As we walked, I noticed symbols carved into the earthen walls, some fresh, others worn with age. Generations of markings, a written record of sorts. The passage opened into another, larger chamber, and I stopped short at the threshold, my breath catching in my throat. The space beyond was illuminated by shafts of sunlight filtering through carefully constructed openings in the ceiling, and in that natural light stood the Kendall family alongside 7 other groups of people, the chosen ones David had mentioned. They ranged in age from children younger than the Kendalls to elderly individuals with weather-beaten faces and wild, white hair, and among them moved 3 more creatures, smaller than my guide but unmistakably of the same kind. A family group, perhaps. They all turned to look at me as I entered, human and non-human alike. The expressions on the human faces ranged from curiosity to wariness to what appeared to be pity. An elderly man separated himself from the group and approached me. His clothes were tattered but had clearly once been modern hiking gear. Around his neck hung a pendant similar to mine. "You are Cherokee," he said, his voice rough from disuse but his words clear. "That is good. Your people remember, even if they do not know they remember." "Who are you?" I asked. "How long have you been down here?" He smiled, revealing surprisingly well-maintained teeth. Was Dr. Thomas Blackwood, anthropologist, University of North Carolina. I came to these mountains in 1981 to study Cherokee petroglyphs." He gestured to the creatures. "I found something much more significant. This man had been living underground with these creatures for over 40 years. The others?" I asked, looking at the assembled group. "Chosen over many years," he explained. "Some recent, like the Kendall family. Others," he nodded toward an elderly couple, "have been here since before my time." "Chosen for what?" I pressed. "What's happening here?" Dr. Blackwood exchanged glances with the large creature that had led me here. Some unspoken communication passed between them. "Walk with me," he said, leading me toward the center of the chamber where a pool of clear water reflected the sunlight from above. "What do you know of your Cherokee ancestors' relationship with these mountains?" "That they considered them sacred," I replied. "That they believed guardian spirits dwelled in the deepest forests." He nodded. "Not spirits, guardians." He gestured to the creatures. "The Sanigogwili, those who live apart. Your people knew them, respected them, learned from them." "Bigfoot," I said. "Sasquatch," Dr. Blackwood grimaced. "Crude names for beings that predate human civilization in these mountains. They were here first, Ranger Stevens, and they allowed us to stay, to learn, to become part of the forest cycle." "Until colonization," I guessed. "Yes. As white settlers pushed into these lands, the Sanigogwili retreated deeper into the mountains. The old agreements were forgotten. The balance shifted." He gestured to the pool and I looked down into its clear depths. At first I saw only my own reflection. Then something changed. The water seemed to ripple of its own accord, and images formed beneath its surface. Images of clear-cut mountainsides, polluted streams, dying wildlife. "The forest is dying," Dr. Blackwood said solemnly. "Not just here, but everywhere. The Sanigogwili have maintained the balance for thousands of years, but they cannot do it alone anymore. They need intermediaries, people who understand the human world but are willing to learn the old ways." "The chosen ones," I said, understanding dawning. "But why take people against their will? Why not reach out openly?" One of the creatures, a smaller one with silver-streaked hair, approached the pool and made a series of complex vocalizations. Dr. Blackwood listened, then translated. "She asks if you believe your government would acknowledge their existence peacefully, or would they be hunted, studied, confined?" I had no answer. I knew how the discovery of such beings would play out in the modern world. "The choosing is not random," Dr. Blackwood continued. "They watch. They select people who show respect for the forest, who have the capacity to understand what is at stake, and no one is kept against their true will." The Kendalls seemed altered, I pointed out, not fully themselves. "The bonding process is disorienting at first," he admitted. "The Sanigogwili share their awareness of the forest, their way of sensing its rhythms, its needs. The human mind needs time to adjust to such perception." The large creature that had first encountered me made a deep, rumbling sound and placed one massive hand on my shoulder. Through my jacket I could feel the surprising warmth of its palm. "He says you were chosen long ago," Dr. Blackwood translated. "When you were a child. You camped with your grandfather in the Western Valley. You wandered away, became lost. Do you remember?" A memory surfaced, one I had half convinced myself was a dream. I was 7 years old, separated from my grandfather during a camping trip. Night fell and I was alone, terrified. Then, a large figure had found me, led me back toward my grandfather's campfire, vanishing before we reached it. "That was real?" I whispered. Dr. Blackwood nodded. "You were marked then. Watched. Your return to these mountains as a ranger was no coincidence." The weight of this revelation settled over me. I had been chosen long before I knew there was anything to be chosen for. "What exactly are you asking of me?" I asked, looking from Dr. Blackwood to the creatures. "To disappear? To join you down here?" "No," he said. "Your role is different. You walk in both worlds already, the world of humans and the world of the forest. You can serve as a bridge, a protector, help us protect the chosen ones, help us restore the balance before it's too late. And the Kendalls, the others, they stay here. For now. Until they learn. Until they can serve their purpose." I thought of the search parties combing the mountains, of families mourning loved ones presumed dead, of the Kendalls' extended family waiting for news. "There has to be a better way," I said. "People don't just disappear without consequences." Dr. Blackwood's expression darkened. "We tried other approaches. In the 1960s, several Sanigogwili revealed themselves to scientists they believed they could trust. Those scientists were discredited, their evidence confiscated. One of the Sanigogwili was killed, his body taken to a government facility. The creatures around us made sounds of distress at this recounting. The modern world is not ready to acknowledge what it cannot control. Dr. Blackwood continued. But it may be ready to save what it loves, the wild places, the ancient forests. That can be done without revealing the Sanigogwili's existence. I looked around at the assembled humans and creatures. This strange, secret community living beneath the ancient forest. Part of me wanted to reject everything I was hearing, to return to the surface and the comfortable certainties of my life. But the pendant hung heavy around my neck, and the memory of being saved as a child burned bright in my mind. "What would I have to do?" I asked finally. The largest creature approached, carrying another stone tablet. This one was marked with a map of the national forest with certain areas highlighted by symbols I didn't recognize. Dr. Blackwood traced the markings with his finger. "These are the sacred groves, the places where the forest's energy is strongest, where the Sanigogwili maintain the balance. They need protection. Your position as a ranger gives you influence over trail placement, camping regulations, conservation efforts. You want me to steer people away from these areas," I said, understanding. "And to watch for those who might be chosen next," he added, "to help ease their transition, to ensure they aren't simply declared missing and forgotten." It was so much to absorb, so much responsibility, and yet looking into the intelligent eyes of these creatures, these first inhabitants of my ancestral lands, I felt a connection that transcended my modern skepticism. The largest Sanigogwili made that rumbling sound again, then actually spoke, in a deep, halting voice that seemed to come from its chest rather than its throat. "Protect, forest. Protect, people. Protect, us." I stared in shock. "You can speak our language," Dr. Blackwood nodded. "With difficulty. Their vocal structures are different, but they understand far more than they can say." The creature extended its massive hand toward me, palm up, waiting. In that moment, I stood at a crossroads between two worlds, the modern human world I had always known, and an ancient reality that had existed alongside it, unseen and unacknowledged. My decision would affect not just my life, but the lives of the chosen ones, the Sanigogwili, and perhaps the future of the forest itself. I thought of my grandfather's teachings, of the sacred responsibility to protect these lands that had been passed down through generations of my family, and I realized that this was not a new path at all, but the continuation of an ancient one. I placed my hand in the creature's open palm, feeling the rough texture of its skin against mine. "I will help you," I said. "I will protect the forest, the people, and your kind. But we do this my way. No more families disappearing without explanation. No more leaving loved ones to wonder and grieve." The creature's hand closed gently around mine, sealing our pact. And in that moment, beneath the ancient tree, I became what my ancestors had been centuries before, a bridge between worlds, a guardian of old knowledge, a protector of secrets that the modern world was not yet ready to hear. 6 months have passed since my encounter beneath the ancient tree. 6 months since I placed my hand in the massive palm of the Sanigogwili and accepted a responsibility that has transformed my understanding of these mountains and my place within them. Winter has settled over the forest, draping the pines in mantles of snow and ice. The tourist season has ended, leaving the wilderness to those who truly belong here. In this quiet season, I've had time to establish new patterns, new ways of fulfilling my dual roles as park ranger and guardian of ancient secrets. The Kendall family officially remains missing. The search was called off after 3 weeks of finding nothing but false leads and empty forest. I attended the memorial service in a small church in Asheville, watching their extended family mourn for people who were very much alive. It was one of the hardest things I've ever done, but I kept my promise to find a better way. 2 weeks ago, Mrs. Kendall's sister received an anonymous letter, postmarked from a town across the Canadian border. The letter explained that the family had chosen to start a new life away from the pressures of modern society, that they were safe and happy, and that perhaps, someday, they might return. Enclosed was a recent photograph of the family standing before a snow-covered landscape, their faces healthy and smiling. The letter was, of course, a carefully crafted fiction. The Kendalls remain in the mountains, learning from the Sanigogwili, gradually becoming part of that hidden community beneath the ancient tree. But the letter has given their family something they desperately needed: closure, and the fragile hope that their loved ones are still alive somewhere. Similar letters have been arranged for the families of other chosen ones, carefully staged to suggest new lives in remote locations rather than disappearances into the forest. It's not a perfect solution, but it's better than endless uncertainty. My own role has evolved in ways I never anticipated. On the surface, I remain Ranger James Stevens, dedicated protector of Tsalagi National Forest. I file my reports. I lead the occasional tour group. I enforce park regulations with the same diligence I always have. But my patrols now follow patterns dictated by more than Park Service protocols. I monitor the sacred groves marked on the Sanigogwili's stone map, ensuring that human intrusion remains minimal. I've advocated successfully for several conservation zones that restrict human access to the most sensitive areas, citing rare plant species or erosion concerns rather than the truth. And I watch for potential chosen ones, hikers and campers who show unusual reverence for the forest, who seem to sense something deeper in these mountains than mere recreation. I observe them from a distance, noting names and patterns, passing this information to Dr. Blackwood and the Sanigogwili during my regular visits beneath the ancient tree. Today is one such visit. As I approach the massive tulip poplar, snow crunching beneath my boots, I feel the familiar warmth of the pendant against my chest. It has become more than a symbol, it's a conduit of sorts, enhancing my awareness of the forest in ways I'm still learning to understand. The entrance beneath the roots is more concealed in winter, but my eyes know where to look. I clear away the light covering of snow and dead leaves and slip into the earthen tunnel that has become as familiar to me as the trail to my own cabin. The chamber beyond is warmer than the forest above, the natural insulation of earth and root, maintaining a temperature that remains comfortable even in the depths of winter. I'm expected, I always am these days. The Sanigogwili seem to sense my approach long before I arrive. Dr. Blackwood greets me at the entrance to the main chamber, his wild white beard now trimmed neatly, his posture more upright than when I first met him. Returning to regular contact with another ranger, another bridge between worlds has rekindled something in the old anthropologist. Adahi, he says, using my Cherokee name as he always does in this place. Welcome. There have been developments. He leads me into the chamber where the pool reflects the winter sunlight from above. The Kendall children are there, helping one of the younger Sanigogwili sort through a collection of plants, learning the old knowledge of forest medicine that my ancestors once practiced. They look up and wave to me, their eyes clear and aware. The initial disorientation of their choosing has passed, leaving them changed but fully conscious, fully themselves again. They've adapted to this strange dual existence faster than their parents, as children often do. The forest spoke last night, Dr. Blackwood says, his voice low. The eldest Sanigogwili had a vision. Among the hidden community, such visions are treated with the utmost seriousness. The eldest Sanigogwili, a female with silver white hair and eyes that seem to contain the wisdom of centuries, rarely shares her insights with humans. When she does, it portends significant change. What did she see? I ask, feeling a flutter of apprehension. Strangers coming to the eastern valleys, he replies. Men with machines, seeking what lies beneath the earth. My heart sinks. I know immediately what this means. For months, there have been rumors of mineral rights being investigated in the counties surrounding the national forest. The park itself is protected, but its boundaries are not immutable if valuable resources are discovered. Surveyors, I say. Prospectors, Dr. Blackwood nods grimly. The eldest believes they seek the rare earth elements that lie deep beneath the sacred groves. Elements that have contributed to the unique properties of this forest for millennia. The implications are staggering. Mining operations, even outside the official boundaries of the park, could disrupt the ancient balance the Sanigogwili have maintained. The runoff alone could poison streams that feed the heart of the forest. What does she suggest we do? I ask. Before Dr. Blackwood can answer, a deep, rumbling voice speaks from the shadows of the chamber. Show a truth. To right people. The largest Sanigogwili, the one I first encountered, whom I now know is called something that translates roughly to Riverstone, steps into the light. In the months since our first meeting, we've developed a connection that transcends the limitations of language, a mutual respect built on shared purpose. Show the truth? I repeat, uncertain. You mean, reveal your existence? Riverstone makes a negative gesture, not a human headshake, but his own equivalent. Not these all, few, chosen, Dr. Blackwood clarifies. The eldest believes it's time to expand our circle of guardians. Not just individuals who leave their old lives behind, but influential people who can return to the human world, carrying the knowledge of what must be protected. You're talking about showing yourselves to people who would have the power to stop the mining, I say, understanding dawning. Scientists, politicians, people with influence. Carefully chosen, Dr. Blackwood emphasizes. People whose words carry weight, but who also have the wisdom to understand why some truths must remain hidden from the wider world. It's a dangerous proposition. Expanding the circle of knowledge always increases the risk of exposure. But I also understand the necessity, the traditional methods of protection, chosen ones living in seclusion, rangers like me subtly redirecting human activity, may not be enough to counter the threat of modern resource extraction. I know someone, I say after a moment of consideration. Dr. Eleanor Chen. She's an environmental scientist who's been studying the unique biodiversity of these mountains for years. She has connections in Washington, respect in the scientific community, and she has an unusual openness to possibilities beyond conventional understanding. Riverstone and Dr. Blackwood exchange glances. You trust this woman? Dr. Blackwood asks. With my life, I reply. And with your secret. Riverstone makes that rumbling sound that I've come to recognize as thoughtful consideration. Then he nods once decisively. Bring her. When snow melts. Spring, a time of renewal of new beginnings. A fitting season to expand the circle of guardians. There will be others we need to bring in as well, I say, thinking aloud. People with different kinds of influence. A carefully constructed network. A return to the old ways, Dr. Blackwood says, a hint of wonder in his voice. When my ancestors first came to these mountains, they approached the indigenous peoples with arrogance, seeing only primitives living in harmony with nature. They never understood that this harmony was not simple, not accidental, but the result of ancient agreements with beings like the Sanigogwili, guardians who taught humans how to live as part of the forest rather than its conquerors. Riverstone places his massive hand on my shoulder, the gesture that has become his way of conveying trust and solidarity. Protect, balance, he says. Together. As I prepare to return to the surface, to my cabin and my radio and the human world that still claims the majority of my time, I feel the weight of this new phase of our mission. The stakes have never been higher, not just for the Sanigogwili and the chosen ones, but for the forest itself, for the delicate balance that has been maintained here since time immemorial. I think of my grandfather, of the stories he told by firelight, of the knowledge he passed to me that I only now truly understand. He knew, perhaps not everything, but enough to guide me toward this path, to prepare me for the role I now embrace. As I emerge from beneath the ancient tree into the winter twilight, snow begins to fall, large, soft flakes drifting down through the canopy. The forest is silent save for the gentle whisper of snow on pine needles. But in that silence I sense a presence, a watchfulness and awareness that extends far beyond my limited human perception. The Sanagogwili are out there, moving through their ancient territories. The chosen ones are learning the old ways beneath the earth, and I stand between these worlds, a guardian of secrets older than my nation, older perhaps than human civilization itself. I adjust my pack and begin the long hike back to my cabin, the pendant warm against my chest despite the winter chill. Above me, the first stars appear in the darkening sky, the same stars that watched over these mountains when the first humans encountered the Sanagogwili, countless generations ago. Some would call the agreement we've renewed superstition, the product of primitive minds unable to comprehend the natural world through science. But I've seen enough now to know that the most primitive assumption of all is that humans are the only beings capable of consciousness, of culture, of stewardship. The truth is both simpler and more complex. We have never been alone in these forests, and our future depends on remembering how to share them. As the ranger who walks between worlds, as Adahi who lives in the woods, I have accepted this truth and the responsibility that comes with it. With spring will come new guardians, new challenges, new hopes for preserving the ancient balance. Until then, I watch, I protect, I remember. And in the deepest part of these mountains, beneath an ancient tree, the Sanagogwili remember too. My name is Kanati Thunderheart, and I am the living embodiment of my Cherokee ancestors' sacred duty as guardians of the hunt. The name Kanati, passed down through 7 generations of my family, means the first man and guardian of the hunt in our ancient tongue. My great-grandmother, one of the last native speakers of Cherokee in our bloodline, whispered to me as a child that names carry power, that they bind us to purposes greater than ourselves. I never understood what she meant until I took my oath as a park ranger in the Nantahala National Forest, deep in the mountains of western North Carolina. The forest chose me as much as I chose it. These ancient peaks where my people once walked freely before the trail of tears scattered us like leaves in a cruel wind, still echo with the footsteps of spirits both benevolent and terrible. The Cherokee word Nantahala means land of the noonday sun, referring to the deep gorges where sunlight only penetrates at midday. But we rangers know there are places in these woods where the sun never reaches, where shadows move independently of their sources, and where the old laws still govern the darkness. I had been stationed at the Nantahala Ranger District for 3 years when the Morrison family disappeared. It was early October, the kind of perfect autumn day that draws hikers from across the southeast to witness our mountains draped in crimson and gold. The air carried that crisp promise of winter, sharp enough to make your breath visible but warm enough to shed layers as you climbed. Perfect weather for hiking. My supervisor, Brad Kellerman, noted grimly as he handed me the missing persons report. Perfect weather for people to venture deeper into the wilderness than their experience level warranted. James Morrison, 34, his wife Sarah, 31, and their twin daughters Emma and Lily, both 8 years old, had set out for what should have been a simple day hike on the Bartram Trail. James had checked in at our visitor center the previous morning, confident and well prepared, or so he appeared. He carried a detailed topographic map, marked their intended route in red ink, and assured our volunteer coordinator that they would be back before sunset. They planned to hike 4 miles to Waya Bald, enjoy lunch with the panoramic views, and return via the same trail. A routine family outing that hundreds complete safely every weekend. When they failed to return by dark, Sarah's sister contacted local authorities. By dawn, I was leading a search and rescue team into the forest following their last known trajectory. We found their car exactly where James had said it would be, parked at the Waya Gap trailhead with the doors unlocked and hiking packs clearly visible through the windows. That first red flag made my stomach tighten with an emotion I could not yet name. The Bartram Trail showed clear signs of their passage for the first 2 miles. James wore size 11 Merrell hiking boots with a distinctive star pattern on the sole. Sarah wore size 7 Salomons with circular treads, and the girls both had matching pink sneakers with heart-shaped patterns pressed into the rubber. Their prints appeared at regular intervals in the soft earth, accompanied by the small circular depressions of trekking poles. Everything seemed normal until we reached Devil's Courthouse Gap, where the prints simply ended, not disappeared gradually, as if they had turned onto another trail or walked onto rockier ground. Ended. 4 sets of footprints stopped in the middle of the path as if the family had been lifted straight up into the canopy. The last clear print showed James's left boot, with the full weight-bearing impression of someone taking a normal step forward. 6 inches ahead, nothing, just empty trail stretching toward Waya Bald, undisturbed except by wind-blown leaves. I radioed for additional teams and spent the next 6 hours systematically searching every game trail, creek bed and rocky outcrop within a 2-mile radius. My Cherokee grandfather taught me to read the forest like a book, to notice when birds fell silent or when the wind carried scents that did not belong. As the afternoon wore on, I became increasingly aware that something fundamental was wrong with this section of woods. The normal sounds of forest life, birdsong, insect buzzing, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, had ceased entirely. Even the wind seemed muted, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. It was nearly sunset when I found the first sign that we were dealing with something beyond a simple hiking accident. 20 yards off the main trail, partially hidden beneath a fallen oak, I discovered one of the girl's pink sneakers. The shoe was pristine, as if it had been carefully placed rather than lost during a panicked flight through the woods. More disturbing still, it contained no foot, no sock, no sign of struggle or violence, just an empty shoe sitting in the leaves like an offering. That night I called my grandmother Elise, one of the few elders in our family who still remembered the old stories in their original context. When I described the disappearance and the unnatural silence that had fallen over that section of forest, her voice grew heavy with recognition and fear. "Kanadi," she said, using the reverent tone she reserved for matters of spiritual significance, "you have found the hunting ground of Sulkalu." The name sent ice through my veins. Sulkalu, the slant-eyed giant, the great lord of the game. In Cherokee mythology, he was the master of all wild animals, dwelling in the far western mountains in a place called Tsunagunyi. Traditional stories described him as a giant with sloping eyes who controlled the movements of deer, bear, and all creatures that hunters pursued. But Elise's stories, the ones she had learned from her grandmother who was born before the removal, painted a far darker picture. "He is older than the white man's coming," she whispered into the phone, "older than our people's arrival in these mountains. When he walks, the forest holds its breath. When he hunts, animals flee for territories far from his path. And when he chooses human prey," her voice trailed off, but I understood. The Morrison family had not simply gotten lost. They had been selected. "What must I do?" I asked, though part of me already knew the answer would require me to walk a path between my duties as a federal law enforcement officer and my obligations as a Cherokee guardian. "You must remember what you are, grandson. You are Kanadi, the first hunter, the protector of the balance between human and animal worlds. But Sulkalu recognizes only the old laws, the old protections. If you enter his territory wearing only the white man's uniform, carrying only the white man's tools, you will join those he has taken." She instructed me to visit her the following evening. After the official search was suspended for the day, she would provide me with what I needed to face the slant-eyed giant. Tools and knowledge that predated the establishment of national forests by thousands of years. As I hung up the phone, I realized that my real training for this rescue mission was about to begin. The next day brought no trace of the Morrison family despite expanded search efforts involving K-9 units, helicopter overflights, and teams of experienced mountain rescue volunteers. We found no additional footprints, no torn clothing, no signs of bear or other predator activity. It was as if 4 people had simply been erased from existence while walking a well-maintained trail in broad daylight. As evening approached and the official search was called off until morning, I felt the weight of ancestral responsibility settling on my shoulders like a hand from the spirit world. My Cherokee name was not mere heritage ornamentation, I realized. It was a calling, a cosmic appointment that had been waiting for this moment to reveal its true purpose. Somewhere in the darkening forest, a family waited for salvation that could only come from someone who remembered the old ways, who could speak to powers that existed long before the first European set foot in these mountains, was about to discover whether 3 years of ranger training and a lifetime of Cherokee upbringing would be enough to face a creature that even my ancestors approached with fear and reverence. The drive to my grandmother's house took me through Cherokee lands that had survived the removal, small enclaves where our people had hidden in the mountains during that brutal winter of 1838. Elise lived in a modest cabin on the Kuala boundary, the reservation where the eastern band of Cherokee had slowly rebuilt their lives after the Trail of Tears. As I wound through the mountain roads, I could feel the transition from the white world's version of these mountains to the Cherokee world's deeper, more dangerous reality. Elise's cabin was older than the reservation itself, built by her great-grandfather who had refused to register for removal and had lived like a ghost in these hills for decades. The logs were dark with age and smoke, and the room smelled of sage, cedar, and something else, a scent I recognized as the smell of old knowledge, of secrets kept in shadows. She was waiting for me on the porch with items arranged on a blanket that looked as ancient as the mountains themselves. Without preamble, she began my education in matters the Park Service manual had never covered. Sulcalu is not evil as white men understand evil, she began, her weathered hands moving over objects I could not yet identify. He is the manifestation of natural law, the reminder that humans are not the apex predators we believe ourselves to be. In the old times, our hunters knew to leave offerings to ask permission, to take only what was given freely. When they forgot these courtesies, Sulcalu would remind them of their place in the order of things. She lifted a carved wooden mask, its features exaggerated and fierce, painted in colors that seemed to shift in the lamplight. This is a booger mask, made in the image of Sulcalu's face. When our warriors needed to enter his territory, they would wear these to confuse him, to make him think he faced another of his kind. The magic works, but only for those who understand the price. The mask felt heavier than wood should feel, and when I held it up to examine the craftsmanship, I felt as if something was looking back at me through the eye holes. The features were distinctly non-human, slanting eyes that seemed to follow movement, a broad nose that flared with painted nostrils, and a mouth carved in a permanent expression of primal intelligence. This was not a caricature or ceremonial ornament. It was a portrait. The second protection, Elise continued, is the word of unbinding. If Sulcalu captures you, if his influence enters your mind and you feel your will slipping away, you must speak Adamsdi with all the authority of your Cherokee blood. It means leave or go away, but it carries the power of banishment when spoken by one who truly belongs to these mountains. She made me practice the pronunciation until the word flowed naturally from my tongue, until it felt like something I had always known rather than recently learned. Adanvsdi, with emphasis on the middle syllable, the sound rising and falling like traditional Cherokee speech patterns. But remember, she warned, her eyes reflecting depths that spoke of terrible knowledge. These protections work only if you enter his realm with proper respect, with understanding that you walk in his territory as a guest, not a conqueror. The moment you forget this, the moment you let the white man's arrogance cloud your judgment, you become prey like any other. She also gave me a small leather pouch containing what she called the old tobacco, leaves grown from seeds that had been passed down through generations, harvested and cured according to traditions that predated European contact. Scatter this at the threshold of his domain, she instructed. It is an offering, a declaration of peaceful intent. Even Sulcalu respects the protocols of diplomacy. As I prepared to leave, my grandmother caught my arm with surprising strength. One more thing, grandson. The white man's technology will not function properly in Sulcalu's immediate presence. Your radio, your GPS, your flashlight, all may fail when you need them most. Trust your Cherokee senses, the ones your grandfather taught you to use. Follow the signs that only our people know how to read. I returned to my ranger station just after midnight, my official gear supplemented now with tools that would appear to my colleagues as primitive superstition. But as I prepared to enter the forest alone, violating every safety protocol in the Ranger Handbook, I felt more prepared for what lay ahead than I had during any of my formal training. The plan was simple in concept, terrifying in execution. I would enter the section of forest where the Morrison family had vanished, following their trail until I reached the place where the footprints ended. From there, I would proceed deeper into Sulcalu's territory, using the Cherokee protections my grandmother had provided, until I found either the missing family or evidence of their fate. I left my ranger station at 4 a.m., choosing to begin my search in the deep darkness before dawn, when the veil between worlds was thinnest. The drive to Waya Gap was conducted in complete silence. No radio chatter, no music, no distractions from the gravity of what I was about to attempt. The mountains seemed to loom larger in the darkness, their familiar silhouettes transformed into alien landscapes by shadow and imagination. At the trailhead, I performed the ritual my grandmother had described, scattering the ancient tobacco while speaking a Cherokee prayer for protection and wisdom. The words felt strange on my tongue, phrases I had never learned but somehow knew, as if the language was awakening in my blood after lying dormant for generations. The first 2 miles of trail passed without incident, my flashlight illuminating the same path I had searched with the official rescue teams. But as I approached Devil's Courthouse Gap, where the Morrison family's footprints had mysteriously ended, I began to notice changes that had not been present during the daylight search. The silence Elise had warned me about descended like a suffocating blanket. No night birds called, no insects buzzed, no wind stirred the trees. Even my own footsteps seemed muffled, as if the earth itself was absorbing sound. When I reached the spot where the family's trail ended, I found something that made my blood freeze. New footprints. These were not human tracks. Each print was nearly 2 feet long and 8 inches wide, showing clear impressions of 5 toes but no visible heel. The stride length suggested a creature at least 8 feet tall, moving with a gait that was neither fully human nor fully animal. The prints pressed deep into the earth despite the dry conditions, indicating massive weight. More unsettling still, the tracks seemed to follow the Morrison family's trail before veering off into the dense forest to the west, toward the high peaks where Cherokee tradition placed Sulkalu's stronghold. As I studied the prints with my flashlight, I realized they were not random animal tracks. They were deliberate, purposeful, the footprints of something that had been stalking the family for some distance before revealing itself. I clipped the booger mask to my belt and checked my compass bearing. West-northwest toward Wyabald and beyond it, into territory that appeared on no Park Service maps, land that had been considered sacred and forbidden by my ancestors for reasons I was beginning to understand. As I left the official trail and began following the giant footprints into the wilderness, my radio crackled with static and went dead. My GPS unit flickered and displayed impossible coordinates. My flashlight dimmed despite fresh batteries, forcing me to rely on the pale moonlight filtering through the canopy. But my Cherokee senses, the ones my grandfather had spent years teaching me to trust, were sharper than they had ever been. I could smell the forest with new clarity, the loamy richness of decomposing leaves, the green scent of moss and ferns, and underneath it all, something else. A musk that belonged to no animal I had ever encountered, heavy and earthy and unmistakably ancient. I was no longer simply a park ranger following standard search and rescue protocols. I had become Kanadi, the guardian of the hunt, walking a shadow path between worlds to face a creature that existed in the spaces between Cherokee legend and terrifying reality. Somewhere ahead in the darkness, the Morrison family was waiting. Whether they were still alive, still human, still themselves, these were questions I would have answered before dawn broke over the Nantahala Mountains. The real hunt was about to begin. 3 hours of tracking through unmarked wilderness brought me to a place that existed on no modern map but lived vividly in Cherokee memory. My grandmother had described Tsunagunyi as a hidden valley, where the normal laws of nature bent to accommodate something far older than human civilization. As I crested a ridge that should not have been there according to my topographic map, I found myself looking down into a bowl-shaped clearing surrounded by ancient hemlocks that towered like cathedral spires into the pre-dawn darkness. The smell hit me first, that primitive musk I had been following, now so strong it seemed to coat the inside of my throat. Mixed with it was something else. The scent of humans, alive but changed, carrying undertones of fear and something I could only describe as resignation. The Morrison family was here, somewhere in this primordial sanctuary that predated national parks by millennia. At the center of the clearing stood a structure that defied immediate comprehension. It was not quite a dwelling, not quite a natural formation, but something between the two. A massive lean-to constructed from entire tree trunks, their bark still intact but darkened with age and something that might have been blood. The construction showed intelligence but not human reasoning. The logs were arranged in patterns that hurt to look at directly, creating optical illusions that made the structure seem larger from one angle, smaller from another. And there, sitting motionless at the entrance to this impossible shelter, was Sulkalu himself. He was larger than any creature I had been prepared to encounter. even after studying the tracks for miles. 9 feet tall at minimum, broader across the shoulders than any bear, with arms that hung nearly to his knees when he sat. His body was covered in dark hair that seemed to absorb moonlight rather than reflect it. And his face, when he turned those slanted eyes toward me, held an intelligence that was ancient when my own ancestors first walked these mountains, but it was not the size or the primitive power of him that nearly broke my nerve. It was the absolute certainty in his posture, the patience of something that had been waiting for my arrival, with the confidence of a predator that knew its prey must eventually come within reach. I forced myself to remember my grandmother's teachings as I approached the edge of the clearing. This was not a monster to be fought with bullets or badges. This was a manifestation of natural law, a guardian of boundaries that humans had forgotten they should not cross. My hand moved to the booger mask at my belt, but before I could put it on, Sul'Kalu spoke. The voice was not what I expected. Deep, certainly, with harmonics that seemed to resonate in my chest cavity, but unmistakably articulate. He spoke in Cherokee, the old dialect that existed before European influence changed our language, words that I somehow understood despite never having heard them before. Kanadi, he said, and my name in his mouth sounded like a statement of cosmic fact. Guardian of the hunt, you have come for the trespassers. It was not a question. He knew exactly why I was there, had probably known from the moment I entered his territory. I found my voice and answered in English, then repeated myself in the broken Cherokee I had learned from my grandfather. Sul'Kalu's expression, if that massive, slant-eyed face could be said to have expressions, showed something that might have been amusement. They walked in my domain without permission, he continued, his voice carrying the weight of mountain stone. They took images with their devices, sounds with their machines, claiming ownership of what has never belonged to the young race. What would you have me do with such thieves? The question hit me like a physical blow. I had come here expecting to rescue the Morrison family from a monster, but Sul'Kalu was presenting their disappearance as a matter of justice, of law enforcement, on a scale I had never been trained to handle. In his world, the family had committed crimes that warranted punishment. In my world, they were innocent victims of circumstances beyond their understanding. Where are they? I asked, struggling to maintain the respectful tone my grandmother had insisted upon. Are they still alive? Sul'Kalu gestured toward the lean-to structure, and for the first time I noticed movement in the shadows beyond the entrance. 4 figures sat in a rough circle, their postures unnaturally still, their faces turned toward each other as if engaged in continuous conversation, but they made no sound, and they did not acknowledge my arrival even when I called their names. They live, Sul'Kalu confirmed. They experience. They learn what it means to exist as prey rather than predator, to be subject to laws larger than their comprehension. It is educational. The word educational in his ancient voice sent chills through me. Whatever was happening to the Morrison family inside that structure was not simple captivity. It was transformation, the slow process of being changed from human tourists into something else entirely. I remembered my grandmother's warning about the price of Cherokee protection, about the necessity of approaching this encounter with proper respect, rather than the arrogance of modern law enforcement. But I also remembered my oath as a park ranger, my responsibility to protect visitors to these mountains regardless of their cultural understanding or lack thereof. They are under my protection, I said, the words coming from some deep place I had not known existed. I am Kanadi, guardian of the hunt, and I claim responsibility for their trespass. If punishment must be given, let it fall on me instead. Something shifted in Sul'Kalu's massive frame. He leaned forward, studying me with eyes that seemed to look through flesh and bone to examine something deeper. When he spoke again, his voice carried a note I had not heard before, something that might have been respect. You understand the old laws, he said. You offer yourself as substitute, accepting the burden of their ignorance. This is the Cherokee way, the path of the true guardian. But do you comprehend the weight of what you propose? Before I could answer, he gestured again, and the Morrison family rose from their seated positions inside the lean-to. But when they emerged into the moonlight, I saw what their education had accomplished. They moved with the jerky, uncertain gait of people whose minds were no longer entirely their own. Their eyes had taken on the blank staring quality of sleepwalkers, and when 8-year-old Emma Morrison looked directly at me, I saw something looking back that was not entirely Emma. They have begun the journey, Sulkalu explained with what sounded like pedagogical pride. Soon they will understand their place in the true order of things. Soon, they will no longer require the illusions of human superiority that brought them to my territory uninvited. The sight of the family in their altered state nearly shattered my resolve, but my grandmother's voice echoed in my memory. Trust your Cherokee senses, the ones your grandfather taught you to use. I closed my eyes for a moment and reached out with the perception that existed beyond the 5 physical senses, the awareness that could read the deeper currents of spiritual reality. What I found was not hopeless. The Morrison family's essential humanity was still present, suppressed but not destroyed. Sulkalu's influence over them was powerful but not yet permanent. There was a window of opportunity, but it was closing rapidly with each moment they remained in his presence. I pulled the booger mask from my belt and held it up so Sulkalu could see it clearly. Recognition flashed in those ancient eyes, followed by something that might have been surprise. You carry the face of the ancient compact, he observed. The old agreement between my kind and yours when your people knew their place and observed the proper courtesies. But that mask grants you safe passage, not authority over my domain. Then I invoke a different agreement, I said, the words flowing from the same deep place that had supplied my earlier declarations. I challenge you for their freedom. Single combat according to the old laws, with the understanding that victory grants the winner absolute authority over the defeated. The silence that followed was so complete I could hear my own heartbeat echoing in my ears. Sulkalu remained motionless for so long I began to wonder if I had somehow broken the rules of engagement without understanding them. Then slowly he began to laugh. The sound was like rockfall in a deep canyon, like wind through caves that had never known sunlight. When it finally subsided, he looked at me with something approaching fondness. You truly are Kanati, he said, the guardian who would face any threat to protect those under his care. Very well. I accept your challenge with one modification to the terms you propose. My stomach dropped, but I forced myself to remain steady. What modification? Victory in single combat will indeed grant authority over the defeated, Sulkalu agreed. But the contest will be decided not by physical strength alone, but by understanding. We will share consciousness for the duration of one heartbeat, my heartbeat, which lasts as long as a human's held breath. In that time, you will experience existence as I experience it, and I will know the world through your perceptions. Whoever emerges with their essential nature intact will be declared victorious. The term sounded like death. To share consciousness with a being as ancient and powerful as Sulkalu, to maintain my humanity while experiencing reality from his perspective, it seemed impossible. But the alternative was to abandon the Morrison family to a fate worse than death, and that was unacceptable. I accept, I said. Sulkalu nodded once, then rose to his full, towering height. Then let us begin the sharing, Kanati. Let us see whether the guardian of the hunt is strong enough to hunt alongside the lord of all hunted things. He reached out with one massive hand and placed it on my forehead. The moment his skin made contact with mine, the world exploded into sensation and understanding that my human consciousness was never meant to contain. I experienced the forest as a living entity with its own intelligence and purpose. I felt the interconnected web of life that linked every plant, animal, and mineral in the mountains into a single breathing organism. I understood the slow thoughts of trees, the quick bright flashes of consciousness that belonged to deer and squirrels and birds, the ancient patience of stone and water, and I felt the terrible loneliness of being the only guardian of this vast interconnected life, the only voice speaking for creatures that could not defend themselves against the relentless expansion of human arrogance. I understood why Sulkalu had taken the Morrison family, why he saw their casual photography and GPS mapping as acts of colonization, claims of ownership over what had never been owned. But as his consciousness flooded through mine, I felt him experiencing my own understanding of the world, the genuine love I felt for these mountains, the respect I had learned from my Cherokee grandfather, the deep commitment to protection that had led me to become a park ranger. He felt my certainty that humans could learn to walk in harmony with the wild world, that education and understanding could accomplish what force and fear could not. For one impossible moment, we were both guardian and lord, protector and protected, human and force of nature. In that sharing, I felt Sulkalu's surprise as he encountered the depth of my respect for the forest, my understanding that humans were not separate from nature but part of it, responsible for its welfare, rather than entitled to its exploitation. When the connection ended and I found myself standing alone in my own consciousness again, Sulkalu was looking at me with eyes that held something I had not seen before. Recognition. "You truly are the Guardian," he said quietly, "not the destroyer wearing a Guardian's mask, but the one who understands the covenant between human and wild. The Morrison family will be returned to you, unharmed and unchanged, but know that their education is now your responsibility. They must understand why they trespassed, and they must promise never to repeat the offense." The Morrison family moved forward as if waking from a deep sleep, their eyes clearing, their movements becoming natural again. James Morrison looked around in confusion, then focused on my ranger uniform with obvious relief. "Thank God," he breathed. "We got lost and then we found this place and there was this thing." His voice trailed off as he tried to process memories that would seem like dreams by morning. I looked back at Sulkalu, but the ancient guardian was already fading into the shadows between the trees. His voice reached me from the darkness one final time. "Remember the covenant, Kanati. Teach them to remember." By the time I led the Morrison family back to civilization, the sun was rising over the Nantahala Mountains. Their memories of the night had already begun to blur, transforming from sharp terror into vague recollections of being lost and confused in the dark. But I would remember everything. The weight of sharing consciousness with a force older than human civilization. The responsibility of standing as guardian between two worlds that had forgotten how to communicate with each other. When I filed my official report, I described a successful search and rescue operation in difficult terrain. The Morrison family had become disoriented in the dark, wandered off trail, and spent the night huddled in a natural shelter until I found them at dawn. It was a plausible story that satisfied the bureaucratic requirements without venturing into territory that would cost me my job and my credibility. But I also began a different kind of work, one that honored both my Cherokee heritage and my responsibilities as a park ranger. I started conducting educational programs for visitors, teaching them about the cultural significance of these mountains, the importance of approaching wilderness with respect rather than entitlement. I spoke about leave no trace principles not just as environmental protection, but as acknowledgement of the living spirit that inhabits wild places. Some visitors listened politely and forgot my words as soon as they reached their cars. Others heard something deeper in my message, a recognition that they were entering sacred space that demanded reverence. And a few, the ones with eyes that showed real understanding, received additional guidance, warnings about places in the forest where the old laws still applied, where respect was not just courtesy but survival. My grandmother smiled when I told her what had happened, though I kept the details general. "The name chose well," she said. "Kanati knows how to walk between worlds, how to serve as bridge between human need and natural law. This is why you were born to be guardian. I still patrol the Nantahala National Forest, still carry out the ordinary duties of a federal park ranger, but I also carry something else. The knowledge that these mountains harbor powers and intelligences that existed before humans learned to make maps. Guardians whose understanding of law and justice operates on scales beyond human comprehension." The Morrison family returned to their normal lives, probably never fully understanding how close they came to disappearing permanently into Cherokee legend. But sometimes late at night when I'm alone in the ranger station, I receive calls from other parks, other rangers who have encountered disappearances that don't follow normal patterns, mysteries that resist conventional explanation. To them, I offer the same advice my grandmother gave me. Remember that we are guests in places older than our civilization, guardians of mysteries we are only beginning to understand. And when they ask how I know these things, I tell them my name is Kanati, and in Cherokee that name carries the weight of ancient promises. The forest remembers. The old guardians are still watching. And some boundaries should never be crossed without proper preparation and deeper respect than our modern world knows how to give. But for those who understand the covenant, who approach wilderness as sacred space rather than recreational playground, the mountains will reveal wonders beyond imagination and protection beyond measure. The choice, as always, belongs to those brave enough to step off the marked trails and walk the shadow paths where Cherokee wisdom meets the raw truth of the wild world. In the end, that is what it means to be Kanati, to guard the boundary between human ambition and natural law, to serve as translator between ancient wisdom and modern need, and to remember that some names carry not just identity, but sacred obligation to powers older than time itself. The helicopter's rotors sliced through the dense Alaskan air as I gripped the metal bench, watching the endless expanse of wilderness unfold beneath me. Denali National Park stretched in every direction. 6 million acres of untamed forest, tundra, and mountains that could swallow a person whole without leaving a trace. The pilot, a grizzled man named Murphy, shouted over the engine noise. "You sure about this assignment, Ranger? Most folks don't last a winter up here alone." I nodded, though my stomach churned with something between anticipation and dread. Ayanna Blackhorse. That was the name on my transfer papers, the name I'd chosen when I started over 3 years ago. The name felt heavy now, weighted with the desperate circumstances that brought me here. The debt collectors had been closing in back in Anchorage. $43,000 in medical bills from when my brother overdosed. Money I'd borrowed against credit cards and personal loans. Trying to keep him alive in private treatment facilities that promised miracles, but delivered only bills. When he died anyway, the debt remained like a malignant shadow following me everywhere. The Park Service offered isolation postings with hazard pay, double the normal salary for rangers willing to work the most remote stations alone. "There's your home for the next year," Murphy called out, pointing toward a small log structure nestled against a hillside. The cabin looked impossibly tiny from above, surrounded by towering spruce and hemlock trees that formed a natural fortress. A thin ribbon of smoke rose from the chimney. The previous ranger, Stevens, would be waiting for the handoff. The landing pad was nothing more than a cleared circle of packed earth, and I felt my heart hammering as we descended. Stevens emerged from the cabin as the helicopter settled, a tall man with wild gray hair and eyes that darted constantly between the tree line and the sky. He helped me unload my gear with an urgency that made me uncomfortable. "You're cutting it close," he said, not bothering with introductions. "Winter's coming early this year. The animals know it. They've been acting strange for weeks." I shouldered my duffel bag and looked around at what would be my world for the next 12 months. The cabin was well maintained but basic. Solar panels on the roof, a satellite communications dish, and a small generator shed. A weather station bristled with instruments, and I could see the outline of trails disappearing into the dense forest. "Strange how?" I asked, but Stevens was already climbing into the helicopter. "Keep your radio on Channel 7 after dark," he called over the engine. "And don't go walking alone once the sun sets. Not ever." The helicopter lifted off before I could ask what he meant, leaving me standing in the sudden silence of the wilderness. The quiet was absolute. No cars, no voices, no electrical hum. Just the whisper of wind through the trees and the distant call of a raven. I spent the first hour exploring the cabin and familiarizing myself with the equipment. The interior was larger than it appeared from outside, with a main room containing a wood stove, kitchen area, and communication station. A narrow ladder led to a sleeping loft, and a back room housed supplies and emergency equipment. Everything was organized with military precision. Stevens had been thorough. The communications log sat open on the desk, filled with Stevens's tight handwriting. Most entries were routine: weather reports, wildlife sightings, maintenance notes. But as I flipped through the recent pages, certain entries caught my attention. September 15th. Large animal tracks around cabin. Possibly bear, but gait is wrong. Too long between front and back prints. September 18th. Campers reported missing from Polychrome Creek area. Search initiated. Found campsite intact but no signs of struggle or departure. Personal effects left behind, including wallets and vehicle keys. September 22nd. Radio contact with emergency services interrupted by unknown transmission. Voice speaking in what sounded like native language but distorted. Recording equipment malfunctioned. September 25th. Motion sensors triggered repeatedly throughout night. No visual confirmation of cause. Cameras show only static between 11:47 p.m. and 4:23 a.m. I set the log aside and stepped onto the cabin's small porch. The afternoon sun was already sinking toward the mountain peaks, casting long shadows between the trees. In a few weeks, there would be less than 4 hours of daylight. The isolation would be complete then. No helicopters could reach this area during the worst winter weather. My radio crackled to life, making me jump. "Denali Remote Station 7, this is Park Service Dispatch. Come in, Blackhorse," I keyed the microphone. "This is Station 7. Black Horse here, ready for operational briefing. Copy, Station 7. Be advised we have 2 missing hikers in your sector. Sarah Chen and Marcus Webb, both experienced backcountry travelers, last seen 3 days ago near your location. Please confirm if you can begin search pattern tomorrow morning. Missing hikers. Of course, the hazard pay was starting to make sense. Confirmed, dispatch. We'll begin search at first light. Any additional details on their planned route? Negative, Station 7. Their permit listed general area exploration only. Vehicle located at mile 47 on Park Road. Emergency contact attempted to reach them yesterday with no response. I copied down the details and signed off, then spent the remainder of daylight checking my emergency gear and studying topographical maps of the area. The terrain was challenging, steep ridges, dense forest, and numerous creek beds where someone could easily become lost or injured. But something about the missing persons reports bothered me. Experienced hikers didn't simply vanish, especially not repeatedly. As darkness fell, I built up the fire in the wood stove and prepared a simple dinner. The cabin grew warm and comfortable, but outside the windows the forest had become an impenetrable wall of black. I tried reading one of Stevens's books but found myself constantly looking up at every small sound. The settling of logs, the whisper of wind, the distant crack of a branch. At 11:15 p.m., the motion sensors activated. The alarm was a soft beeping from the security panel, and I moved to the window to peer out into the darkness. Floodlights had activated automatically, illuminating a circle around the cabin, but I couldn't see anything moving. The lights created harsh shadows that seemed to shift and writhe, making it impossible to distinguish between swaying branches and potential threats. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped onto the porch, listening carefully. Nothing but wind and the normal sounds of a forest at night. But there was something else. A feeling of being watched, of eyes focused on me from beyond the reach of the lights. The hair on the back of my neck rose as I swept the flashlight beam across the tree line. That's when I saw them. Footprints in the soft earth near the cabin's foundation. But they weren't quite right. Too large for a human, wrong shape for any animal I knew. The stride length suggested something tall moving on 2 legs, but the depth of the impressions indicated enormous weight. I knelt down with my flashlight, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The prints appeared human at first glance, but with elongated toes and what looked like claw marks at the tips. Most disturbing was their placement. They circled the cabin completely, as if something had walked around and around the structure, studying it from every angle. My radio crackled and I nearly dropped the flashlight. Channel 7, just as Stevens had warned. Station 7. The voice was barely recognizable through heavy static. Station 7, do you copy? I hurried inside and grabbed the microphone. This is Station 7. Who is calling? Silence stretched for nearly a minute, then. The woods are full tonight.
Can you see us watching you?
The voice was wrong. Too deep, with odd inflections that made the words sound like they were spoken by someone unfamiliar with human speech. My hands shook as I tried to respond. Identify yourself. Are you in distress? A sound came through the radio that might have been laughter, but distorted into something that made my skin crawl. Then the transmission ended. I locked the cabin door and checked the windows, though I knew that anything large enough to make those footprints could easily break through the walls if it wanted to. Sleep was impossible. I sat in the chair facing the door, my service weapon loaded and ready, listening to every sound from the darkness outside. The motion sensors triggered 6 more times before dawn. Dawn brought no relief from the previous night's terror, only gray light filtering through heavy clouds that promised early snow. I'd managed perhaps 2 hours of fitful sleep in the chair, weapon across my lap, starting awake at every forest sound. The radio had remained silent after that disturbing transmission, but the feeling of being watched had never left. The footprints were still there in the morning light, a complete circuit around the cabin, clear as day in the soft earth. I took photographs with my digital camera and made detailed measurements, though I wasn't sure who I'd report them to. The local Alaska state troopers were 300 miles away, and Park Service protocol didn't exactly cover situations like this. After a quick breakfast and equipment check, I set out to search for the missing hikers, Chen and Webb. Their vehicle had been found at mile 47, approximately 8 miles from my station, but the terrain between was rough enough that it might as well have been 80. I followed the main trail system for the first 2 hours, calling their names and checking for any sign of their passage. The forest felt different in daylight, but no less threatening. The trees seemed to lean inward, creating a canopy so thick that very little sunlight reached the ground. Every shadow could hide a threat, and the normal sounds of wildlife were noticeably absent. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals, just the whisper of wind through branches and the crunch of my boots on the forest floor. I found their campsite at 11:30 a.m. It was exactly as Stevens had described in his notes, completely intact. As if Chen and Webb had simply evaporated. Their tent was properly staked and undisturbed, camping gear organized and unused, food supplies untouched. Their backpacks sat beside the cold fire ring, packed and ready for hiking but apparently abandoned. What made my blood run cold was the similarity to the scene around my cabin. Footprints circling the campsite. The same impossible tracks I'd found that morning. But here there were more of them, overlapping and crisscrossing until the ground around the tent looked like a dance floor used by something inhuman. I photographed everything and called it in to dispatch, though I kept the details about the footprints vague. No one would believe what I was seeing, and I wasn't sure I believed it myself. The rational explanation was that both Chen and Webb had suffered some kind of medical emergency or accident, wandering off in confusion and succumbing to exposure. The footprints could be anything. Bear tracks distorted by rain and wind, hoax prints left by previous searchers, hallucinations brought on by isolation and stress. But as I packed up their abandoned gear for transport back to the station, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was making a terrible mistake. Whatever had taken these people was still out there, and I was walking directly into its territory. The hike back to the cabin took 3 hours, slowed by the weight of the additional equipment. By the time I reached Station 7, the afternoon light was already fading and my anxiety was building toward panic. The isolation that had seemed manageable that morning now felt like a trap closing around me. I spent the early evening hours reviewing missing persons files and incident reports dating back 5 years. The pattern was disturbing but undeniable. Hikers, hunters, and even other park rangers had been vanishing from this sector at a rate far higher than the national average. Most were experienced outdoors people who should have known better than to take foolish risks. All had left behind intact campsites or vehicles with no signs of struggle. The official explanations varied. Bear attacks with bodies carried away, falls into hidden ravines, exposure and hypothermia causing disorientation. But reading between the lines of the incident reports, I could see the same bewilderment that I was feeling. Search teams finding impossible tracks, electronic equipment malfunctioning in specific areas, rescue dogs refusing to follow certain trails. My radio crackled as the sun disappeared behind the mountain peaks. Channel 7 again. You found their camp. The same distorted voice from the night before, but clearer now. Did you bring them home? I grabbed the microphone with shaking hands. Who is this? Are you responsible for the missing hikers? Silence, then what might have been breathing. When the voice returned, it seemed closer somehow, as if the speaker had moved nearer to whatever transmission point they were using. They came to us willingly once they understood. The woman first, then the man. They saw what they were meant to see. What did they see? I asked, though part of me didn't want to know the answer. The old ways. The hunger that lives in the deep places. The shape that hunger takes when it walks among the living. The transmission cut off, leaving me alone with the growing darkness outside my windows. This time I didn't wait for the motion sensors to activate before arming myself and checking the perimeter. But as I stepped onto the porch, I realized that the floodlights weren't working. The solar panels had been providing full power all day, and I'd checked all electrical systems that afternoon. But now the cabin was surrounded by absolute darkness. The security lights dead and useless. Even my flashlight beam seemed weaker than it should be, as if the darkness itself was absorbing the light. That's when I heard the first howl. It came from the ridge behind the cabin, long and mournful but wrong in every possible way. No wolf or coyote had ever made a sound like that. It was too deep, too intelligent, too filled with an emotion I couldn't identify, but that made every instinct I possessed scream danger. The howl was answered from the opposite direction, then from the forest to my left. They were surrounding me, whatever they were, calling to each other across the darkness. I backed toward the cabin door, hand on my weapon, as the sounds grew closer and more frequent. Movement in the tree line caught my eye. Shapes that were almost human but moved wrong, loping between the trees with a gait that no earthly creature should possess. I raised my flashlight, but the beam revealed nothing concrete. Just shadows that seemed to shift and flow like liquid darkness given form. The cabin door slammed shut behind me, though I was certain I'd left it open. When I spun around, the lock had engaged itself and the deadbolt was in place. But I was still outside, trapped on the porch as the shapes in the forest drew closer. That's when I saw the face in the window. It was pressed against the glass from inside the cabin, pale and distorted, with eyes that reflected light like an animal's. The features were almost human but stretched wrong, as if someone had tried to reconstruct a human face from memory and gotten the proportions slightly off. It grinned at me with too many teeth, and its breath fogged the window despite the glass being cold from the night air. I fumbled for my keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely hold them. The shapes in the forest had reached the edge of the clearing now, and I could hear breathing that didn't sound like any living thing I knew. The face in the window disappeared, and I heard footsteps moving through the cabin, slow, deliberate steps that seemed to be searching for something. The key finally turned, and I burst through the door, weapon drawn and ready. The cabin was empty, but warm air was still rising from where something had been standing near the window. My radio was on, tuned to Channel 7, and a voice was speaking in a language I didn't recognize. Guttural sounds that seemed more like animal calls than human speech. I switched off the radio and checked every room, every closet, every possible hiding place. Nothing. But the cabin no longer felt like sanctuary. It felt like a trap that I'd just locked myself inside. Outside, the howling had stopped. The forest was silent again, but it was the silence of a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I didn't sleep at all that night. Morning brought the first snow of the season, large, wet flakes that turned the forest into a monochrome landscape of gray and white. I'd spent the night barricaded in the communications room back against the wall, weapon loaded and ready. Every hour I'd checked the perimeter through the windows, but whatever had surrounded the cabin during the darkness had vanished with the first light of dawn. The snow was falling heavily enough to obscure visibility beyond 30 yards, which meant helicopter evacuation was impossible. Even if I called for emergency extraction, no pilot would risk flying in these conditions. I was trapped until the weather cleared, possibly for days. I tried to maintain normal routines, weather report to dispatch, equipment checks, maintenance tasks, but concentration was nearly impossible. Every sound from outside sent adrenaline shooting through my system. The snow muffled normal forest sounds, creating an unnatural quiet that made me feel like I was living inside a sensory deprivation chamber. Around noon, I discovered that someone had been in the cabin during the night despite my thorough searches. My personal journal, which I'd kept locked in a storage box, was lying open on the kitchen table. The entries I'd made about the missing hikers and strange footprints had been circled in red ink that was still wet. Underneath my own handwriting, someone had written a single word in a language I didn't recognize, using letters that looked almost like the alphabet but were somehow wrong. More disturbing was what had been done to my photographs. Every image of the footprints around the cabin and the abandoned campsite had been meticulously altered with a black marker. The footprints were still visible, but now each one was surrounded by what looked like crude drawings of human figures, stick people with arms raised as if in worship or surrender. I grabbed my radio and tried to reach dispatch, but got only static. The storm was interfering with communications, cutting me off completely from the outside world. Even the satellite internet connection was down, leaving me with no way to report what was happening or call for help. That's when I found Stevens's real journal. It was hidden behind the water heater in the supply room, wrapped in plastic and sealed with duct tape. Unlike the official log he'd left on the desk, this journal contained the truth about what had been happening at Station 7. The entries started 3 years ago, shortly after Stevens had taken the posting, November 3rd, third missing person this season. Sarah Martinez, 34, experienced climber from Colorado. Same pattern as the others. Intact campsite, no signs of struggle, impossible tracks circling the area. Beginning to think something is actively hunting in this sector. November 15th. Radio transmissions on Channel 7 continuing nightly. Voice claims to be keeper of the Old Covenant, speaks of hunger and transformation, have tried recording the transmissions but equipment fails consistently. December 1st. Saw one tonight. Approximately 8 feet tall, humanoid but wrong proportions, moved through deep snow without leaving tracks. When it looked at me, I felt something in my mind trying to establish contact. Managed to break eye contact and retreat to cabin December 8th. They're not killing people. They're changing them. Found evidence of a camp 15 miles north. Human clothing and equipment arranged in ritual patterns around what looked like molted skin. Large quantities of it, as if something had shed its entire outer layer. The entries continued for 3 years, documenting a pattern of disappearances, encounters, and Stevens's gradual realization that something ancient and malevolent was using the remote wilderness as hunting grounds. The final entry was dated just 2 days before my arrival, September 30th. They've chosen my replacement. New ranger arrives soon and they're already preparing for her. The hunger grows stronger each year and they need fresh sustenance. I should warn her, but they're watching constantly now. If I interfere, they'll take me instead of her. God forgive me for what I'm about to do. I set the journal aside with trembling hands. Stevens had known what I was walking into and had said nothing. He'd sacrificed me to save himself, and now I was alone with whatever had been stalking this area for years. Outside, the snow had stopped falling, but the forest remained eerily quiet. No wind, no animal sounds, nothing but the steady drip of melting snow from the cabin's eaves. I moved to the window and pressed my face against the cold glass, trying to see through the white landscape. They were there, standing at the edge of the tree line like sentinels, motionless and patient. 3 figures that might have been human from a distance but were clearly something else when I looked more carefully. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at wrong angles and heads that turned too far to track my movement at the window. As I watched, one of them raised what might have been an arm in greeting. Its voice came through the radio behind me, though I was certain the device was turned off. "Come outside, Ayanna. Come see what you're meant to become." The voice was clearer now, no static or distortion. It sounded almost familiar, like someone I might have known years ago but couldn't quite remember. When I turned to look at the radio, the display showed that it was receiving a signal on Channel 7 despite being powered down. "Your predecessor understood eventually. The honor of feeding the ancient hunger. The privilege of joining something greater than human weakness." I backed away from both the window and the radio, but there was nowhere to go. The cabin suddenly felt impossibly small, more like a cage than a shelter. Outside, the figures had moved closer, now standing just beyond the reach of the porch light. Stevens fought us for 3 years before accepting his role. "You're stronger than he was, we can sense it. You'll make a better vessel when the transformation is complete." What transformation? I found myself asking, though speaking to the empty air felt like madness. The radio crackled, and when the voice returned, it carried undertones of something like satisfaction. "The old ways are returning to this land. The barriers between worlds grow thin, and the hungry things wake from their long sleep. We are the watchers, the shepherds, the ones who prepare the way." Movement outside caught my attention. The 3 figures were walking toward the cabin now, moving with that same wrong gait I'd glimpsed the night before. But as they drew closer to the light, I could see that they weren't entirely inhuman. They had been people once. The closest figure wore the tattered remains of a Park Service uniform, Stevens's uniform. His face was pale and gaunt, stretched tight over bones that seemed to have elongated since death. His eyes reflected light like an animal's, and when he smiled, I could see that his teeth had been replaced by something sharper and more suited for tearing flesh. The other 2 figures were harder to identify, but their clothing suggested hikers or campers from previous seasons. All showed the same physical changes: elongated limbs, pale skin, predatory features that suggested they were no longer entirely human. "Join us willingly," Stevens' voice came through the radio, though his lips didn't move as he stood outside the window. "The hunger doesn't have to consume you completely. Some part of your mind can remain intact if you don't resist the change." I grabbed my shotgun and checked the shells, buckshot and slug rounds that should be effective against any earthly threat. But looking at the transformed figures outside my window, I wasn't certain earthly ammunition would help. "What are you?" I called out, though I was addressing the empty room rather than the radio. "We are what this land creates when the old hunger wakes. Skinwalkers, your people might have called us, though that word carries only part of the truth. We wear the shapes of those we consume, but we become something greater than either predator or prey." The reference to my people made me freeze. I'd chosen the name Ayanna Blackhorse when I started over, selecting it from a list of Native American names without understanding their significance. But somehow these things knew my background, my heritage, my family connections to traditions I'd never learned. Your grandmother knew the old stories. The voice continued. She told them to your mother before the cancer took her. Stories of creatures that walked between the world of the living and the world of the hungry dead. You carry that knowledge in your blood even if your mind has forgotten. They were right. Deep in my childhood memories, I could recall fragments of stories my grandmother had whispered. Warnings about things that lived in the deep places, creatures that wore human faces but served ancient hungers. I'd dismissed them as folklore, children's tales meant to keep kids from wandering too far from home, but now, standing in a cabin surrounded by transformed humans who claimed to serve something called the ancient hunger, those half-remembered stories felt like prophecy. Outside, Stevens pressed his face against the window, and I could see that his eyes had gone completely black. When he spoke, his voice came through the glass as clearly as if there were no barrier between us. The choice is yours, Ayanna. Join us willingly, and retain some part of yourself in the transformation. Resist and we'll take you by force, but nothing of your mind will survive the change. I raised the shotgun and pointed it at the window, though my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. Get away from my cabin, Stevens smiled, revealing rows of sharp teeth. It was never your cabin. It was a trap, designed to bring fresh sustenance to feed the old hunger. Every ranger posted here has eventually fed our master or joined our ranks. Behind him, the other two figures had begun to circle the cabin, moving with predatory patience. They were taking their time, confident in their eventual success. That's when I remembered the emergency cache. Every remote station was equipped with a survival bunker, a hidden room stocked with supplies and communications equipment for use during extreme emergencies. Stevens had never mentioned it during the handoff, but it should be located somewhere beneath the cabin. I grabbed Stevens' real journal and my emergency gear, then began searching for access to the bunker. Outside, the transformed figures had begun making sounds that might have been communication, guttural calls that echoed between the trees, and made my skin crawl. I found the entrance hidden beneath a rug in the supply room. Heavy metal hatch secured with electronic locks that required a ranger's access code. My fingers trembled as I entered the numbers, praying that Park Service bureaucracy hadn't changed the code since my transfer. The locks disengaged with a soft click, and the hatch opened to reveal a ladder descending into darkness. I could hear the transformed figures moving onto the cabin's porch as I climbed down into the bunker and sealed the hatch above me. The bunker was small, but well equipped. Emergency food and water, medical supplies, and most importantly, a powerful radio transmitter designed to reach emergency services even during the worst weather conditions. I powered up the equipment and began broadcasting a distress call on all emergency frequencies. Mayday, Mayday. This is Park Ranger Ayanna Blackhorse at Denali Station 7. I am under attack by unknown hostiles and require immediate evacuation. Repeat, this is an emergency evacuation request. Static filled the headphones for several long minutes, then a voice responded. Station 7, this is Alaska State Police Dispatch. We copy your emergency transmission. Can you describe the nature of the threat? I looked up at the bunker ceiling as heavy footsteps moved around the cabin above me. The transformed figures had entered the building and were searching for my hiding place. Soon they would find the hatch. Dispatch, the threat is... I paused, knowing how insane it would sound. Multiple hostile individuals exhibiting extreme physical anomalies. Previous park ranger may have been compromised. I need immediate extraction. Copy, Station 7. Weather conditions are marginal, but we're launching emergency response now. Can you reach a suitable landing zone? I studied the bunker's layout and emergency protocols. There was a secondary exit that led to a natural clearing approximately half a mile from the cabin. If I could reach it without being detected, a helicopter might be able to extract me. Affirmative, dispatch. I'll attempt to reach emergency landing zone, Charlie. ETA to your arrival? 1 hour, 40 minutes, Station 7. Stay safe. Above me, something began pounding on the cabin floor directly over the bunker hatch. They'd found me. The pounding above grew more intense, joined by voices that no longer sounded even remotely human. Whatever Stevens and the others had become, they possessed strength far beyond normal human capabilities. The heavy wooden floor was beginning to splinter under their assault. I gathered essential supplies, water, emergency food, first aid kit, flare gun, and my service weapon with all available ammunition. The bunker's secondary exit was concealed behind a false wall that opened onto a drainage tunnel, leading away from the cabin. According to the emergency protocols, it would emerge near a creek bed half a mile through dense forest. The tunnel was barely wide enough for a person to crawl through, carved from native rock and reinforced with concrete. Emergency lighting flickered on as I entered, revealing a narrow passage that disappeared into darkness ahead. Behind me, the sounds of destruction from the cabin grew louder. They were systematically tearing the building apart to reach the bunker. I crawled through the tunnel as quickly as possible, fighting claustrophobia and the certainty that I was making too much noise. Every scrape of my gear against the concrete walls seemed impossibly loud, and I imagined the transformed figures above ground tracking my movement through the earth. The tunnel ended at a grate that opened onto the creek bed, emerging from what looked like a natural rock formation. I pushed the grate open carefully and scanned the forest before emerging into the gray afternoon light. Snow was falling again, light flakes that would help conceal my tracks but also reduce visibility. Emergency landing zone. Charlie was marked on my map as a natural clearing carved by a long-ago avalanche. The terrain between the tunnel exit and the landing zone was challenging. Steep ridges, dense undergrowth, and multiple stream crossings that would slow my progress. But it was my only chance for extraction before the transformed figures discovered my escape route. I had covered perhaps 200 yards when I heard the first howl behind me. It came from the direction of the cabin, long and mournful but filled with rage that made my blood freeze. The sound was answered from multiple directions. They were calling to each other, coordinating a hunt across the forest. I increased my pace, abandoning stealth for speed as branches caught at my clothing and roots threatened to trip me with every step. The forest felt alive with malevolent intelligence, as if the trees themselves were working against my escape. Shadows moved at the edge of my vision, shapes that might have been natural or might have been predators pacing me through the undergrowth. Every sound made me flinch, the crack of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of some animal I couldn't identify. 20 minutes into the journey, I realized I was being herded. Every time I tried to take a more direct route toward the landing zone, obstacles appeared that forced me back onto a specific path. Fallen trees blocked easier routes. Thorny undergrowth grew impossibly dense in certain directions, and streams seemed deeper and more dangerous than they should be. Something was guiding my movement, leading me exactly where it wanted me to go. That's when I saw the bones. They were scattered around the base of an enormous spruce tree, human bones picked clean and arranged in patterns that suggested ritual significance. Skulls formed the center of the display, surrounded by concentric circles of arm bones, leg bones, and ribs. The arrangement was fresh enough that some bones still showed traces of tissue. More disturbing were the personal effects mixed among the remains. Driver's licenses, credit cards, camping gear, and jewelry from at least a dozen different people. All missing hikers and campers from previous seasons, their final resting place hidden deep in the forest where no search team would ever find them. Movement in the trees above made me look up. Something was crouched on a thick branch perhaps 30 feet overhead, watching me with eyes that reflected the dim afternoon light. It was vaguely humanoid but wrong in every detail. Too long, too thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. When it saw me looking, it opened what might have been a mouth and made a sound like breaking glass mixed with human laughter. I raised my weapon, but the thing moved before I could fire, flowing from branch to branch like liquid shadow, always staying just ahead of my aim. Other shapes appeared in the surrounding trees, and I realized I was surrounded by at least 6 of the transformed figures. They were playing with me, allowing me to think I was escaping while actually driving me toward some predetermined destination. The landing zone was still half a mile away, but at this rate, I would never reach it alive. My radio crackled with static. Then Stevens's voice emerged from the interference. "You're moving in the right direction, Ayana. The old hunger is pleased with your choices." I keyed the microphone while continuing to move through the forest. "What do you want from me?" "What we want from all who enter our territory. Sustenance for the ancient hunger, and fresh vessels to serve its will. You carry the old blood, you'll make a stronger servant than most." The shapes in the trees were pacing me now, staying parallel to my route but not attacking. They wanted me to reach whatever destination they'd chosen, and killing me here would serve no purpose. "What is the ancient hunger?" I asked. though part of me dreaded the answer. Stevens's laughter came through the radio like the sound of breaking bones. Something that existed here long before your people named these mountains. Long before any human had ever seen this land. It sleeps in the deep places, but every few decades it wakes and needs to feed. I stumbled over a root and nearly fell, catching myself against a tree trunk. My hands came away covered with a sticky substance that might have been sap, but smelled like rotting meat. The tree was diseased, its bark blackened and covered with growth that looked more like fungus than anything natural. Looking around more carefully, I realized that all the trees in this area showed similar signs of corruption. The forest was sick, infected with something that was transforming the very landscape into something alien and hostile. The land itself serves the ancient hunger, Stevens continued as if reading my thoughts. Every tree, every stone, every stream carries its influence. You've been walking deeper into its territory with every step, and soon there will be no possibility of escape. That's when I understood the true nature of my situation. The landing zone I was trying to reach wasn't a rescue point. It was a feeding ground. The transformed figures weren't trying to capture me during the journey, because they knew exactly where I was headed. Emergency landing zone. Charlie was another trap, designed to funnel victims into a specific location where the ancient hunger could consume them. I stopped moving and consulted my map, looking for alternative routes that might lead away from the predetermined path. But every direction seemed to lead deeper into the corrupted forest, and the shapes in the trees had grown more numerous. They filled the canopy now like some nightmare parliament, dozens of transformed figures watching my every move with predatory patience. My radio crackled again, but this time the voice wasn't Stevens. It was older, deeper, filled with harmonics that made my bones ache. Come to us, child of the old blood. Come and see what you were born to become. The trees around me began to move, not swaying in wind, but actively reaching toward me with branches that extended like grasping fingers. The very ground seemed to shift beneath my feet, and I realized that the forest itself was alive with malevolent intelligence. I broke into a run, abandoning any pretense of stealth or navigation. Behind me, the howling resumed, not just from the transformed figures, but from the trees themselves, as if the entire forest had become a single massive throat giving voice to inhuman hunger. The landing zone was visible ahead through the trees, a circular clearing perhaps 100 yards across, surrounded by standing stones that looked far older than any human settlement in Alaska. At the center of the clearing stood something that might have been an altar, carved from black stone that seemed to absorb light. I could hear the sound of helicopter rotors in the distance growing closer. The rescue team was approaching right on schedule, flying directly into the trap that had been prepared for them. The helicopter appeared over the ridge as I reached the edge of the clearing, its rotors chopping through the falling snow like mechanical thunder. I could see the Alaska State Police markings on its hull and the faces of the rescue crew through the cockpit windows. They had no idea what they were flying into. The clearing was worse than I'd imagined from a distance. The standing stones weren't just old. They were covered with symbols that hurt to look at directly, carved deep into the rock and filled with something that might have been dried blood. The altar at the center was surrounded by channels cut into the stone, all leading to a circular depression that looked disturbingly like a drain. But most horrifying were the bodies. They hung from the trees surrounding the clearing, suspended by ropes that seemed to be made from human hair and sinew. Men and women in various states of decay, all wearing the clothing of hikers, campers, and park rangers from previous seasons. Their faces had been removed with surgical precision, leaving smooth skull surfaces that reflected the dim afternoon light. The helicopter was setting down in the center of the clearing, its crew apparently unable to see the grotesque display that surrounded them. As the rotors spun down, I realized that the landing zone was some kind of illusion. The rescue team saw only an empty clearing suitable for emergency extraction. I keyed my radio and tried to warn them. Alaska State Police, abort landing immediately. This is a trap. Repeat, abort your landing. Static filled the channel. Then Stevens' voice returned. They can't hear you now, Ayanna. The old hunger controls all communication in this place. Come forward and greet your rescuers properly. The helicopter crew was emerging from the aircraft, pilot, co-pilot, and 2 state troopers in tactical gear. They moved with the confidence of professionals, but their eyes held a glassy emptiness that suggested they were no longer acting under their own will. That's when I saw what controlled them. It emerged from the altar like smoke given form, a darkness that moved with purpose and intelligence. As it touched each member of the rescue crew, their movements became more mechanical, their expressions more vacant. They were being puppeted by something that existed beyond the normal boundaries of flesh and blood. The pilot spoke, but his voice carried harmonics that no human throat could produce. Approach the altar, Ayana Blackhorse. The ancient hunger has waited long enough for this feeding. I backed toward the tree line, but the transformed figures from the forest had emerged from the undergrowth and now surrounded the clearing completely. Stephen stood among them, his pale face twisted into a smile that revealed rows of sharp teeth. "There's nowhere to run," he called across the clearing. "This entire region belongs to the old hunger now. Every tree, every stream, every creature serves its will." The darkness flowing from the altar was growing larger and more substantial, taking on a shape that my mind struggled to process. It wasn't entirely without form. I could see suggestions of limbs, faces, organs that belonged to no earthly anatomy. But the details shifted constantly, as if my vision couldn't quite focus on something that existed partially outside normal reality. "What are you?" I whispered, though I wasn't sure if I was addressing the entity at the altar or the transformed figures surrounding me. The pilot's puppeted voice answered, "We are what remains when the barriers between worlds grow thin. Hunger given consciousness, need given form. Your people knew us once. They called us by many names and built ceremonies to keep us sleeping. The symbols on the standing stones were beginning to glow with their own internal light, pulsing in rhythm with something that might have been a massive heartbeat. The channels carved into the altar were filling with dark liquid that seemed to move against gravity, flowing upward toward the central depression. Your grandmother's grandmother knew the old ways," Stevens added, walking slowly toward me. "She helped maintain the barriers that kept us dormant. But those bloodlines have thinned, the ceremonies forgotten. Now we wake hungry after decades of sleep." I raised my shotgun and fired directly at Stevens' chest. The buckshot struck him, center mass tearing through his uniform and flesh, but he barely staggered. Dark fluid leaked from the wounds instead of blood, and the holes began to close almost immediately. "Earthly weapons can't harm us now," he said, continuing his approach. "We exist between life and death, between flesh and spirit. Only the old ceremonies could bind us, and those are lost forever." The entity at the altar was growing larger, feeding on some energy that flowed through the channels in the stone. I could feel its attention focusing on me like the weight of an enormous eye, and my mind began to fill with images that weren't my own. Visions of previous feedings, memories of other victims who had stood in this clearing and felt their humanity drain away. But among those stolen memories, I found something the entity hadn't expected me to discover. Deep in the racial memories it had absorbed from its victims, I glimpsed fragments of the old ceremonies Stevens claimed were lost. Words in languages I'd never learned, gestures that carried power beyond mere symbolism, knowledge that had been passed down through generations of my ancestors before being interrupted by forced assimilation and cultural genocide. My grandmother's voice echoed in those buried memories, teaching words she'd never spoken aloud in my presence. My great-grandmother's hands moved in patterns that created barriers against things that shouldn't exist. The knowledge was fragmentary and incomplete, but it was there, hidden in genetic memory and accessible if I could find the courage to embrace it. I began to speak in a language I didn't consciously know, words flowing from some deep source of inherited wisdom. The transformed figures around the clearing stopped moving, their faces showing confusion and something that might have been fear. The entity at the altar reacted violently, its shifting form convulsing and contracting as if in pain. The pilot and his crew collapsed, the strings controlling them apparently severed by whatever force my words had awakened. But my voice was already growing hoarse, and I could feel the incomplete nature of the ceremony I was attempting. I had fragments of the old knowledge, but not enough to banish something this powerful. The entity was fighting back, pressing against my mind with visions of despair and promises of power if I would only submit to its hunger. That's when I remembered my grandmother's silver pendant. It had been passed down through 5 generations of women in my family, a piece of jewelry I'd always assumed was decorative rather than functional. But now I could feel its weight around my neck like an anchor, pulling me toward memories and knowledge I'd never known I possessed. I pulled the pendant free and held it toward the entity at the altar. The silver blazed with light that seemed to come from within the metal itself, and the symbols carved into its surface became clearly visible for the first time. Protection signs in the same language I'd been speaking, words of binding and banishment that had been worn close to the heart for over a century. The entity's scream shook the entire forest, a sound that existed beyond normal hearing and struck directly at the parts of the mind that processed terror. Trees throughout the clearing began to wither, their corrupted bark sloughing away to reveal clean wood underneath. The standing stones cracked, their carved symbols losing their malevolent glow. Stevens and the other transformed figures were changing again, their elongated limbs contracting and their pale skin darkening toward normal human coloration. But the process was incomplete. They remained caught between human and monster, neither alive nor truly dead. "You cannot banish us completely," Stevens gasped, his voice returning to something almost human. "The old barriers are broken, and we will always find a way back. Others will come to feed the ancient hunger, and eventually someone will complete what we started here." I continued speaking the words that flowed from inherited memory, holding the pendant toward the shrinking entity at the altar. The creature was losing coherence, its form becoming more smoke than substance, but I could feel its rage and hunger pressing against the boundaries I was trying to create. "Sleep," I commanded in the old language, though I wasn't certain of the word's meaning until it left my lips. "Return to the deep places and trouble the world of the living no more." The entity gave one final shriek and collapsed into the altar, flowing down through the channels like water seeking the lowest level. The stone structure began to crack and crumble, releasing energies that had been contained for decades. The helicopter crew was stirring, their eyes clearing as whatever had controlled them retreated with its master. But even as the immediate threat faded, I knew Stevens had spoken the truth. The ceremony I'd performed was incomplete, drawing on fragmentary knowledge rather than the full tradition my ancestors had maintained. I'd bought time and driven the entity back into dormancy, but I hadn't destroyed it completely. The forest around the clearing was returning to normal, or at least to a more natural state of corruption and decay. But the bones scattered throughout the area remained, and the transformed figures were still caught between human and monster. The ancient hunger might be sleeping again, but its influence on this place would linger for years. I helped the helicopter crew to their feet and explained that we'd encountered some kind of toxic gas leak that had caused hallucinations and disorientation. They accepted the explanation gratefully, eager to leave a place that felt wrong in ways they couldn't articulate. As we lifted off from the clearing, I looked down at Station 7 and the corrupted forest that surrounded it. Smoke was rising from the cabin. Apparently, the transformed figures had set it ablaze before fleeing deeper into the wilderness. The entire area would need to be quarantined and studied, though I doubted any scientific investigation would uncover the truth about what had happened here. My grandmother's pendant felt warm against my skin, and I could sense that it still held power, protective energies that had been charged by generations of women who understood the importance of maintaining barriers against things that shouldn't exist. The knowledge was still fragmentary in my mind, but it was growing stronger as inherited memories continued to surface. I had survived my encounter with the ancient hunger, but I knew it wasn't over. Stevens and the other transformed figures were still alive in the wilderness, neither human nor fully monster. The entity I'd banished would eventually wake again, and when it did, it would be hungrier than ever. But I also knew that the old ways weren't completely lost. Somewhere in the genetic memories of indigenous peoples, the knowledge survived. The ceremonies could be reconstructed, the barriers rebuilt, the ancient hungers contained once again. It would take time, research, and connections to communities that still maintained fragments of the old traditions. But as the helicopter carried me away from the corrupted forest, I felt something I hadn't experienced in years, purpose beyond mere survival, a calling that connected me to generations of ancestors who had fought similar battles against entities that existed beyond the normal boundaries of the world. The debt collectors who had driven me to this remote posting seemed like a minor concern now. I had discovered something far more important than financial survival, a responsibility to carry forward knowledge that could protect others from the ancient hungers that slept in the deep places of the world. Behind us, the forest was already beginning to heal from the entity's influence, but I knew that somewhere in those trees, transformed figures still wandered between human and monster, waiting for their master to wake again. The war between the old ways and the ancient hunger was far from over. But at least now I knew which side I was fighting for. The first time I heard my own voice calling out from the tree line, I knew my time in the Alaskan wilderness was about to end badly. But I should start from the beginning. My name is Ayanna Crowfeather, and for 3 years I worked as a park ranger in the remote sections of Denali National Park. The kind of places where cell phones become expensive, paperweights and the nearest human being might be 200 miles away. The kind of places where people go missing and stay missing. I took the job for the same reason most people take jobs they're overqualified for. I was broke. My degree in environmental science from University of Alaska Fairbanks had landed me exactly nothing in the way of steady employment. Student loans don't care about your passion for conservation when they come due every month. The ranger position paid decent money, included housing, and got me away from Anchorage where every coffee shop seemed to remind me of my ex-wife. My cabin sat on the shores of Wonder Lake, a modest structure built in the 1960s that the Park Service maintained for rangers working the backcountry rotations. 2 rooms, a wood stove, and a radio that worked maybe 60% of the time. On clear days, I could see Mount McKinley reflecting in the water like something out of a postcard. On the bad days, which were most days, fog rolled in so thick I couldn't see the lake from my front porch. I loved the silence there. Real silence. Not the kind city people think they experience when they turn off their televisions. Silence so complete you can hear your own heartbeat in your ears. The kind that makes you understand why indigenous peoples developed such rich traditions around spirits and the supernatural. When you spend enough time alone in country like that, the line between imagination and reality starts to blur. The first incident happened in late September, just as the tourist season was winding down. I'd been called out to search for a missing hiker, Martin Kowalski, 63, from Portland. He'd been backpacking solo along the Savage River Loop, which should have been a routine 3-day trip. His emergency contact, a daughter in Oregon, had called when he failed to check in. I found his campsite on the second day of searching. Everything was there: tent, sleeping bag, food still hanging properly from a bear line. His boots were placed neatly outside the tent entrance as if he'd simply stepped out of them and walked away barefoot into the wilderness. The tracks leading away from camp were strange. They started as normal boot prints in the soft earth by the river, but after maybe 50 yards they changed. Longer strides, deeper impressions, and something else that made my skin crawl. They looked like they were getting bigger, as if whatever was making them was growing as it walked. I followed them for 3 miles before they simply stopped at the edge of a clearing. No sign of struggle, no blood, no torn clothing, just an empty space where the trail ended and the normal sounds of the forest seemed muted, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I radioed into headquarters, reported the findings, and waited for the search and rescue team to arrive. They found nothing else. Martin Kowalski became another entry in the park's file of unexplained disappearances, and Alaska has more of those than most people realize. 2 weeks later, I was doing a routine patrol along the Teclanica River when I saw him. At least, I thought it was him. The figure stood about 200 yards away, partially obscured by a stand of white spruce, male average height wearing what looked like hiking gear. He was facing away from me, perfectly still, in a way that immediately triggered every instinct I'd developed in my years of wilderness work. Wildlife doesn't stand that still. People don't stand that still. Not in country where standing still can get you killed. I called out, my voice echoing off the valley walls. "Hello, are you all right?" The figure didn't move or respond. I started walking toward it, keeping my hand near the bear spray on my belt. As I got closer, I could make out more details. Khaki pants, blue jacket, graying hair visible beneath a baseball cap. The clothes looked familiar. "Martin?" I called out, thinking of the missing hiker. "Martin Kowalski?" That's when it turned around. The face was Martin's face, but wrong in ways that made my stomach lurch. The features were too sharp, the eyes too bright, and the smile too wide. When it spoke, the voice was mine. "Everything's fine out here, Ayana," it said in my exact tone and cadence. "No need to worry about old Martin." I ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I faced down charging moose, gotten between mother bears and their cubs, and pulled hypothermic hikers back from the edge of death. But hearing my own voice coming from that thing wearing Martin Kowalski's face broke something fundamental in my understanding of reality. I didn't stop running until I reached my cabin, where I locked the door and spent the night sitting with my back against it, listening to the sounds outside. Normal sounds, wind in the trees, and owl hunting mice, the distant splash of a beaver in the lake. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was listening back. The radio crackled to life around midnight. "Ayana, this is base camp. Do you copy?" I grabbed the handset. "This is Ayana. I copy. We've got reports of someone using your call sign on the radio, broadcasting on emergency frequencies. Are you currently transmitting?" My blood went cold. "Negative. This is my first transmission since this morning. Copy that," be advised. "We've had 3 separate reports of your voice requesting assistance with a missing person search. Each transmission came from different grid coordinates, all in your patrol area." I looked out the cabin window at the black water of Wonder Lake. In the distance, barely visible in the moonlight, something pale moved between the trees. "Base camp," I whispered into the radio. "I need to report a Priority 1 situation." But the radio had gone dead. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the cabin settling, every whisper of wind through the eaves, every distant sound from the lake made me grip the rifle I'd pulled from the gun cabinet. By morning, I'd convinced myself that exhaustion and isolation were playing tricks on my mind. The missing hiker case had gotten under my skin, that was all. Psychological pressure from working alone in remote conditions. The Park Service had training modules about it. But when I opened the cabin door to check the weather, I found footprints in the frost. My footprints. The tread pattern matched my boots exactly, but the prints circled the cabin in a pattern I'd never walked. They came up to each window, lingered at the door, and led down to the lake shore where they disappeared into the water. I followed them with growing unease. At each window, the prints faced inward, as if something had been looking into my cabin while I sat inside in the dark. The depth and spacing suggested someone my height and weight, but there were subtle wrongnesses that made my skin crawl. The stride was slightly too long, the toe impressions too deep, and at several points, the prints showed signs of movement that wasn't quite human. An odd drag mark here, an extra deep heel impression there. The radio finally crackled back to life while I was studying the tracks. "All units, be advised we have a confirmed sighting of missing person Martin Kowalski. Hiker reported contact at grid reference 772941. Ranger Crowfeather, respond to investigate." I grabbed the handset. "This is Crowfeather. I need clarification on that sighting report." "Copy, Crowfeather." Hiker named Jennifer Walsh reported contact with subject Kowalski at approximately 0800 hours. Subject appeared disoriented but responsive. Walsh attempted to render aid, but subject fled into heavy timber. She's requesting ranger assistance. The grid reference put the sighting about 5 miles northeast of my position, in rough country where the tree line met the tundra. It would take me most of the morning to reach it on foot. "Base camp, what's the status on Jennifer Walsh? Is she still in the area?" "Negative. Walsh hiked out to cell range and called it in. She's continuing her planned route south. You'll be investigating solo." I loaded my pack with emergency supplies, checked my GPS unit, and started the hike. The morning was crisp and clear, the kind of weather that makes Alaska's wilderness feel like the most beautiful place on Earth. But I couldn't shake the memory of that thing wearing Martin's face, or the sound of my own voice coming from something that wasn't me. The terrain grew rougher as I climbed away from the lake. Dense stands of spruce gave way to scattered birch and willow, then to open tundra dotted with massive granite boulders left behind by ancient glaciers. The silence up there was even more complete than at my cabin. No bird calls, no insect sounds, no whisper of small animals moving through the undergrowth. I found Jennifer Walsh's campsite first. A small tent pitched in the lee of a boulder cluster, with the methodical organization of an experienced backpacker. Her fire ring still held warm ashes, and boot prints in the soft earth showed where she'd walked around the site that morning. But there were other prints too, the same wrongly familiar pattern I'd found around my cabin, but older. These tracks circled Walsh's campsite the way mine had circled my cabin, pausing at each corner of her tent. At one point, the prints approached close enough to the tent entrance that whatever made them could have reached out and touched the fabric. I followed the trail away from camp, up a steep slope toward the reported sighting location. The tracks were easier to follow on the rocky ground than they should have been, as if whatever was making them was pressing down harder than necessary, or as if it wanted to be followed. The sighting location was a small alpine meadow surrounded by stunted spruce, beautiful country. The kind of place that appears on tourism brochures with captions about pristine wilderness, but something was wrong with the light there. The sun was shining, the sky was clear, but shadows seemed to fall in directions that didn't match the sun's position. I called out as I entered the clearing. Martin Kowalski, this is Park Ranger Crowfeather. I'm here to help." The response came from the tree line to my left. My own voice, but with subtle inflections that were wrong. "Over here, Ayana. I found something you need to see." I drew my sidearm and moved toward the sound, every instinct screaming at me to turn around and hike back to civilization as fast as possible. The voice called out again, closer this time. "Don't be afraid, Ayana. It's just me." Through the trees, I could see a figure in ranger uniform. My uniform, complete with the name tag and badge number. The figure was facing away from me, standing over something on the ground. "What did you find?" I called out, stopping about 20 feet away. The figure straightened up and turned around. It wore my face with perfect accuracy. Every freckle, every scar, even the slight asymmetry from where I'd broken my nose in college. But the eyes were wrong. Too bright. Too aware, like looking at your reflection in water that's moving in ways water shouldn't move. "I found Martin," it said in my voice. "Would you like to see?" At its feet lay the remains of what might have been Martin Kowalski. Might have been. Because the body was wrong in ways that my mind struggled to process. Too long, joints bent at impossible angles, and the face stretched as if the bones beneath had been reshaped by amateur hands. "You're not me," I said, raising the pistol. "What are you?" The thing wearing my face smiled with too many teeth. "I'm exactly you, Ayana. I'm who you become when you spend too long listening to the silence. I'm who you become when the wilderness decides to keep you." It started walking toward me with movements that were almost right, but just slightly off rhythm, like someone trying to walk normally while listening to music only they could hear. "The Athabascan people have stories about us," it continued in my voice. "They know that sometimes the land gets hungry for human voices, human faces. They know that sometimes we wear the shapes of those who venture too far from home." I fired 3 shots center mass. The bullets hit something, I could see the impact, but the thing didn't slow down. If anything, it seemed amused. Iron and lead can't hurt something made of will and loneliness, Ayana. You should know that. You've been feeding me for months with your isolation. Your need to get away from everything human. Every night you spent alone in that cabin, every time you chose the silence over human contact, you were making me stronger. It was close enough now that I could have reached out and touched it. Close enough to see that its breath didn't fog in the cold air, and that no insects flew near it despite the warming day. "What do you want?" I asked. "I want to go home with you," it said, reaching out with my own hand to touch my face. "I want to walk back to civilization wearing your skin and speaking with your voice. I want to visit your friends, call your family, maybe even reconcile with your ex-wife. I want to live the life you were too afraid to live." The touch was cold and electric, like grabbing a live wire in winter. But instead of pulling away, I found myself leaning into it. The thing was right. I had been afraid. Afraid of commitment. Afraid of staying in one place. Afraid of the compromises that came with letting people close. The wilderness had been my escape, but escape from what? From the possibility of being hurt again, or from the possibility of being happy? "You can let go now," it whispered in my ear. "You can just walk away into the trees and let me take care of everything else. You don't have to be responsible for your own life anymore." For a moment, the offer was tempting. To let someone else carry the burden of being Ayana Crowfeather. To disappear into the vast Alaskan wilderness and never have to make another difficult decision. But then I remembered something my grandmother had told me when I was young. She'd been full-blood Tlingit, raised on the old stories, and she'd always warned me about the spirits that lived in lonely places. The hungry ones, she'd called them. They wear the faces of people who've forgotten how to be human. I yanked myself back from the thing's touch and stumbled away, my hand burning where it had made contact. The creature watched me with eyes that held too much knowledge, too much understanding of exactly why I'd come so close to accepting its offer. Your grandmother's stories won't help you here, it said, somehow knowing my thoughts. This isn't some old legend from the Longhouse. This is what evolution looks like when it happens in places too remote for Darwin to study. But my grandmother's voice was stronger in my memory now, pushing back against the creature's influence. She'd taught me more than just stories. She'd taught me about the balance between solitude and connection, about the dangers of letting yourself become so isolated that you forgot what it meant to be part of a community. I'd broken that balance. 3 years of choosing the wilderness over human contact, of using my job as an excuse to avoid the work of rebuilding relationships and trust. I'd fed this thing with my own withdrawal from the world. You're right about one thing, I said, backing away slowly. I have been afraid. Afraid of being hurt, afraid of failing, afraid of all the messy complications that come with caring about people. But hiding out here and letting you take my place isn't courage, it's just another kind of cowardice. The creature's expression shifted, the too perfect mimicry of my face showing confusion. You would choose pain over peace, choose uncertainty over the simplicity I'm offering. I would choose being human over being a ghost. I turned and ran, crashing through the undergrowth toward the trail. Behind me, I could hear the creature following, but its movements were different now, more aggressive, less controlled. When I glanced back, I saw that its appearance was shifting, losing the perfect mimicry of my features and becoming something more obviously predatory. The thing that had looked like Martin Kowalski had been a lure, and the thing wearing my face had been an attempt at replacement, but this was its true form, something that existed in the spaces between human and animal, between known and unknown, between the safety of civilization and the wild indifference of nature. I ran harder than I'd ever run in my life, leaping over fallen logs and ducking under low branches. The creature kept pace effortlessly, sometimes running on 2 legs, sometimes 4, sometimes moving in ways that didn't seem to involve legs at all. My radio crackled to life on my belt. Ayana, this is base camp. Do you copy? I grabbed it without slowing down. This is Crow Feather. I have an emergency situation. Grid reference 772941. I need immediate evacuation. Copy that, Crow Feather. What's the nature of your emergency? How do you explain something like this over a radio? How do you tell people trained in search and rescue protocols that you're being hunted by something that shouldn't exist? Animal attack, I gasped out. Unusual predator behavior. I'm heading south toward the lake access point. Roger. We're dispatching a helicopter to your location. E to 20 minutes.
Can you reach the extraction point?
20 minutes. The lake was at least 30 minutes away at a hard run, and that was assuming I didn't get lost or make any wrong turns. But it was my only chance. I'm en route, I radioed back. The creature had fallen behind, but I could still hear it moving through the forest parallel to my position. It was hurting me, I realized, pushing me away from the easy routes and toward more difficult terrain. It wanted me exhausted and desperate when it finally made its move. But I knew these woods better than it did. I'd spent 3 years learning every trail, every stream crossing, every landmark in this section of the park. The creature might be supernatural, but it was still bound by the physical laws of the forest. It had to navigate around the same obstacles I did, and it couldn't be in 2 places at once. I changed direction suddenly, heading east toward a steep ravine that most hikers avoided. If I could get across it before the creature realized what I was doing, I could cut 10 minutes off my route to the lake. The ravine was deeper than I remembered, maybe 60 feet from rim to stream bed. A fallen spruce had created a natural bridge about halfway across, but it would require careful balance to navigate. One slip would mean a fall onto rocks and certain death. I could hear the creature crashing through the woods behind me, getting closer. No time for careful balance. I ran across the log like it was solid ground, arms windmilling for balance, feet finding purchase on bark worn smooth by weather. Halfway across, the log shifted. I felt it rolling under my feet and threw myself forward, landing hard on the far side of the ravine just as the makeshift bridge tumbled into the depths below. The creature appeared on the opposite rim as I picked myself up. Its form had stabilized into something vaguely human-shaped but wrong in proportions. Too tall, with arms that were too long, and a face that seemed to shift between features I recognized and others that belonged to no earthly species. You can't run from yourself forever, Ayana, it called across the gap. I'll be here when you come back. I'll be here every time you choose solitude over connection. Every time you use your work as an excuse to avoid being vulnerable. It was right, and we both knew it. Even if I escaped today, the real problem would follow me wherever I went. The creature was just a manifestation of a choice I'd been making for years. The choice to live in isolation rather than risk the complications of human relationship, but running from that choice and running towards something better were two different things. I pulled out my radio. Base camp, this is Crow Feather. Cancel the evacuation helicopter. Say again, Crow Feather. Did you say cancel? Affirmative. Stand by for a complete situation report. The helicopter found me 2 hours later, sitting by the lake shore with a detailed written account of everything that had happened. The search team that followed up found Martin Kowalski's remains in the alpine meadow, what was left of them after 3 weeks in the wilderness. The official cause of death was listed as animal attack, though the medical examiner privately told me he'd never seen anything like the bone damage. They also found Jennifer Walsh. She'd never made it out of the park. Her body was discovered 5 miles from her reported campsite, in a location that didn't match any logical hiking route. Like Martin, she'd apparently been killed by some kind of animal, though the wound patterns didn't match any known Alaskan predator. I turned in my resignation that afternoon. 6 months later, I was living in Anchorage again, working for the state environmental agency and learning how to be part of a community. It wasn't easy. 3 years of isolation had left me rusty at the basic social skills most people take for granted. But I was trying, and that seemed to make all the difference. I'd started seeing a therapist who specialized in first responders and people who worked in high isolation environments. Dr. Martinez understood that the dangers of wilderness work weren't just physical, that spending too much time alone with your own thoughts could create problems that were harder to treat than hypothermia or broken bones. The mind needs contact with other minds, she told me during one of our sessions, not just for emotional health but for basic reality testing. When you're alone too long, the line between internal and external experience starts to break down. I'd also reconnected with my ex-wife, Sarah, not romantically. Too much water under that bridge, but as friends trying to understand where things had gone wrong. She'd remarried, had a daughter, and seemed genuinely happy in a way that made me glad rather than bitter. You always use geography as a solution to emotional problems, she said over coffee one afternoon. If things got complicated, you'd find a way to put physical distance between yourself and whatever was making you uncomfortable. She was right. The park ranger job had been perfect for someone who wanted legitimate reasons to avoid human contact. But legitimate reasons were still just excuses. The creature, I still didn't know what to call it, had left me alone since that day at the ravine. But I knew it was still out there, feeding on the isolation of other people who'd chosen wilderness over community. The missing persons reports from Alaska's parks continued to come in at their usual rate, and I wondered how many of those disappearances followed the same pattern. I had tried to warn people, written articles for outdoor magazines about the psychological dangers of solo wilderness travel, given presentations at ranger training conferences about the importance of maintaining human contact during isolated assignments, but it was hard to explain the real danger without sounding like I'd suffered some kind of breakdown. Maybe I had suffered a breakdown. Dr. Martinez had suggested that the creature might have been a psychological manifestation of my own fears and isolation rather than something literally supernatural. She called it a dissociative episode brought on by prolonged isolation and job-related stress. I let her think that. It was easier than trying to explain that some things exist in the spaces between what we know and what we're willing to admit might be possible. But I knew the truth. Late at night, when I was alone in my Anchorage apartment, I could sometimes feel it watching me from outside my windows. Not the creature itself. It belonged to the deep wilderness, not to cities, but its awareness of me. The knowledge that it was still there, still waiting for me to choose isolation over connection. The real battle wasn't with some supernatural predator. It was with the parts of myself that were drawn to that isolation, that found it easier to be alone with familiar pain than together with unfamiliar joy. The creature had offered me a way out of that battle, but taking it would have meant giving up everything that made the fight worthwhile. I started dating someone, a teacher named David who worked with special needs kids and had a laugh that could fill up a room. It was scary in all the ways that mattered, requiring me to be vulnerable and present and willing to risk being hurt again. but it was also the first time in years that I felt truly human. We were planning a camping trip together, something that would have been unthinkable for me just months earlier. The idea of bringing someone else into the wilderness, of sharing that space with another person, felt revolutionary. "You're sure you're okay with this?" David asked as we planned our route through Chugach State Park. "I know the wilderness is complicated for you now." I looked at the map spread across my kitchen table, at the marked trails and established campgrounds, at all the ways the state had made the wild accessible to ordinary people who just wanted to experience something beautiful together. "I'm not going alone," I said. "That makes all the difference." The creature was still out there somewhere, wearing the faces of people who'd forgotten how to be human. But I wasn't feeding it anymore. I'd learned the difference between solitude and isolation, between choosing to be alone and being afraid to be with others. Some lessons can only be learned in the wilderness, but some lessons can only be learned by finding your way home. This account was compiled from Ranger Ayanna Crow Feather's official reports, personal journal entries, and recorded statements to the Alaska State Park Service. Crow Feather left the Park Service in 2019 and currently works for the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation. The disappearances of Martin Kowalski and Jennifer Walsh remain officially unsolved. Since 2019, 7 additional hikers have been reported missing in the same general area of Denali National Park. All were experienced solo hikers who had taken proper safety precautions. If you're reading this because you work in wilderness areas or because you're planning extended solo backcountry trips, please consider Crow Feather's experience as more than just an unusual case study. The wilderness is beautiful and powerful and necessary, but it can also be dangerous in ways that have nothing to do with bears or weather or getting lost. The most dangerous predator in the wilderness might be the one that wears a familiar face and speaks in a trusted voice. The one that offers you exactly what you think you want while asking you to give up everything that makes you who you are. Stay connected. Check in regularly. Remember that courage isn't about facing danger alone. It's about knowing when to ask for help. And if you hear your own voice calling to you from the tree line, don't answer. Don't follow. Run. My name is Ayanna Crow Feather, and I should have listened to my grandmother's warnings about the things that walk in the spaces between worlds. But when you're 3 months behind on rent and your beat-up Toyota is making sounds that mechanics charge $500 just to diagnose, you take the jobs that nobody else wants. The Alaska Park Service posting had been buried on page 4 of the employment website, tucked between a fishery position in Kodiak and seasonal work at a tourist lodge. Remote ranger station, Chugach National Forest. Long-term assignment. Housing provided. Ideal for candidates seeking solitude and independence. The pay was decent, better than anything I'd found in 6 months of searching since losing my teaching job in Anchorage. The school district had been forced to make cuts, and as the newest hire with a specialty in Native American studies, I was expendable. I'd grown up hearing stories from my Lakota grandmother about creatures that wore the skins of animals and walked like men. She called them Yinaldlushi, the ones who walk on all fours. Most people know them by their anglicized name, skinwalkers. But those were just stories, weren't they? Tales to keep children from wandering too far into the woods alone. The drive from Anchorage to my new posting took 6 hours, the last 2 on increasingly rough roads that seemed to exist more as suggestions than actual routes. My destination was Ranger Station Echo 7, a remote outpost responsible for monitoring nearly 800 square miles of wilderness in the Chugach Mountains. The station consisted of a small office building, a maintenance shed, and a single-bedroom cabin that would serve as my home for the next year. The previous ranger, a man named Davidson, had left abruptly in early September. The district supervisor, Maria Santos, met me at the station to hand over keys and provide a brief orientation. She was a compact woman in her 50s with silver-streaked hair pulled back in a practical ponytail and eyes that seemed to catalog everything they saw. Davidson was here for 3 years, she told me as we walked through the cabin. Good ranger. Kept detailed reports, maintained the trails, handled search and rescue calls efficiently. Then one day he radioed in his resignation and hiked out, said he needed to be around people again. The cabin was spartanly furnished but clean. A wood-burning stove dominated the main room, with a kitchenette along one wall and a small table near the single window that looked out into the forest. The bedroom barely fit a twin bed and a dresser. An outhouse stood 20 yards behind the cabin, and water came from a hand-pumped well. No electricity, Maria continued, but you've got propane for the refrigerator and stove, plus a generator for emergencies. Solar panel charges the radio and weather equipment. Cell service is non-existent up here, so the radio is your lifeline. Check in every morning at 0800, every evening at 2000. She handed me a thick manual bound in green plastic. Everything you need to know is in there. Trail maintenance schedules, search and rescue protocols, wildlife management procedures. The nearest town is Whittier, about 40 miles south if you need supplies. Four-wheel drive recommended, especially once the snow starts. As she prepared to leave, Maria paused at the cabin door. Davidson mentioned some unusual wildlife behavior in his final reports. Tracks he couldn't identify. Sounds that didn't match any known species. I figure it was just cabin fever getting to him. But keep your eyes open and document anything unusual. After she left, I spent the evening unpacking my few possessions and trying to make the cabin feel less like a temporary shelter. I'd brought books, my grandmother's wool blankets, and a framed photograph of my family taken at the last powwow we'd attended together before she passed. The silence was profound, not just the absence of city noise, but a deep, breathing quiet that seemed to press against the windows. That first night, I lay awake listening to the forest. My grandmother had taught me to distinguish between the sounds that belonged and those that didn't. Normal forest sounds have rhythm and purpose. The rustle of small creatures foraging, the call of owls hunting, the whisper of wind through branches. But there was something else out there. Something that moved too deliberately, too quietly for an animal, but not with the steady pace of human footsteps. I chalked it up to nerves and unfamiliar surroundings. New job jitters combined with the isolation of deep wilderness. But as I drifted toward sleep, I could swear I heard something breathing just outside the window, slow and measured like a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. 3 weeks into the job, I'd settled into a routine that kept me busy during the daylight hours, but did nothing to ease the growing unease I felt after dark. My days were filled with trail maintenance, updating weather data and monitoring the handful of hunting permits issued for the area. The work was solitary but satisfying, and I'd begun to understand why Davidson had stayed for 3 years. The landscape was magnificent in its harsh beauty. Towering spruce and hemlock created a canopy so thick that midday felt like twilight in places. Glacial streams carved through valleys of ice-scoured granite, and on clear days I could see the white peaks of distant mountains that had never felt human footsteps. It was exactly the kind of place my grandmother had described in her stories, ancient, powerful, and indifferent to human concerns. My first search and rescue call came on a Tuesday morning in late October. 2 hunters from Anchorage had failed to return to their base camp after a day hunt. Their GPS unit had been recovered by their companions, found hanging from a tree branch 3 miles from where they'd last been seen. The hunters were experienced, well-equipped, and familiar with the area. I gathered my search pack and radioed my intentions to Maria. The protocol was to coordinate with state troopers for missing persons, but given the remote location and weather conditions, I would begin the search while they organized a larger team. The hunters' base camp was a 6-mile hike from the station, following a game trail that wound through increasingly dense forest. Their companions, 2 brothers named Jim and Mike Peterson, met me at the trailhead. They were visibly shaken, speaking in hushed tones and constantly scanning the tree line. "We heard them on the radio around 2 p.m. yesterday," Jim explained. "They'd spotted a moose and were moving to get a better position. Then nothing. We tried raising them every hour until dark." The GPS unit hung from a spruce branch about 8 feet off the ground, suspended by a length of paracord that hadn't been cut, but appeared to have been deliberately tied in a complex knot pattern I didn't recognize. The area beneath showed signs of disturbance: scuffed earth, broken vegetation, and what might have been drag marks leading deeper into the forest. I spent 6 hours following the trail. The sign was confusing and contradictory. At times it looked like 2 men walking normally. At others, the tracks seemed to indicate someone or something moving on all 4s. Most disturbing were the areas where the trail simply stopped, as if the people making it had been lifted into the air. As daylight faded, I was forced to abandon the search and return to camp. The Petersons left immediately, despite my offer of shelter for the night. They'd thrown their gear into their truck with barely controlled panic and driven away without looking back. That evening, as I updated my incident report, I found Davidson's notes about unusual wildlife behavior. His handwriting grew increasingly erratic over the final months of his tenure, filled with observations that made my skin crawl. September 12th, found deer carcass hung in tree. No predator marks. Internal organs removed with surgical precision. September 18th, tracks outside cabin. Bipedal but wrong proportions. Toes too long, gait too wide. September 25th, something following me on patrol. Stays out of sight but mimics my movements. When I stop, it stops. When I move, it moves. October 1st, heard voices calling my name from the forest. Recognized Sarah's voice, my ex-wife, but she's been dead for 2 years. October 4th, it's learning. Last night it sounded exactly like my radio check-in, repeating my words back to me from somewhere in the trees. The entry stopped after October 7th, the day Davidson submitted his resignation. I closed the notebook and tried to focus on my radio report to Maria, but Davidson's words echoed in my mind. That night I barricaded the cabin door with a chair and slept with my grandfather's hunting knife under my pillow. In my dreams, something with yellow eyes and teeth like broken glass scratched at the windows and whispered my name in my grandmother's voice. The missing hunters were never found. State troopers conducted an extensive search involving helicopters, search dogs, and a dozen volunteers. They found scattered pieces of equipment, a rifle here, a backpack there, but no bodies and no definitive explanation for their disappearance. The official report cited hypothermia and wildlife predation, though privately, the lead investigator admitted to me that he'd never seen anything quite like it. November brought early snow and shorter days. The isolation grew more profound as the weather made travel increasingly difficult. My twice-daily radio checks with Maria became the only human contact I had. Brief exchanges of weather data and status reports that did little to ease my growing unease. It was during this time that I began to notice the changes in the local wildlife. Animals that should have been preparing for winter hibernation remained active, but their behavior was wrong. Squirrels moved in jerky, unnatural patterns as if controlled by an inexperienced puppeteer. Birds flew in formation but stayed silent, their calls replaced by an eerie whistling that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Most disturbing were the wolves. The Chugach pack had been a constant presence since my arrival, their howls a nightly serenade that I'd grown to find comforting. But gradually the howls changed. They became more complex, incorporating sounds that wolves shouldn't be able to make, clicking noises like a dolphin's echolocation, guttural barks that resembled human laughter, and most unnervingly, what sounded like fragments of human speech. I started recording these sounds on my phone, thinking I might submit them to wildlife researchers, but when I played the recordings back, they captured only silence or normal forest ambiance. Whatever was making these sounds didn't register on electronic devices. The first direct encounter came on a Wednesday night in mid-November. I'd been awakened by the sound of footsteps circling the cabin, slow, deliberate steps that paused at each window. Through the thin walls, I could hear breathing, deep and measured like someone trying to catch a scent. I lay perfectly still, every muscle tensed as the footsteps completed their circuit and stopped at the front door. The handle rattled once, twice, then went still. For nearly an hour, I waited in the darkness, listening to the sound of something just outside the door shifting its weight from foot to foot. When I finally worked up the courage to look through the window, I saw tracks in the snow. They started as human footprints but gradually elongated, the toes becoming more pronounced until they resembled the paws of some large predator. The prints led into the forest and simply stopped, as if whatever made them had leaped into the trees. I called Marie on the emergency radio, my voice shaking despite my attempts to remain calm. I told her about the tracks, the strange behavior of the wildlife, and my growing conviction that something was systematically hunting in my sector. Her response was professional but concerned. Ayanna, you've been alone up there for almost 2 months. Isolation can play tricks on your mind. I've seen it happen to good rangers before. Why don't you come down for a few days? Get around some people, clear your head, but I couldn't leave, not yet. Every instinct inherited from generations of ancestors who'd survived by understanding the natural world told me that something unnatural had moved into this territory. Something that wore the shapes of animals but remembered what it was like to be human. Something that was watching me, studying me, learning my patterns and weaknesses. I spent the next day reinforcing the cabin, adding extra locks to the door, nailing boards over the windows and creating clear lines of sight around the building by cutting back encroaching brush. I also began keeping a detailed log of every unusual occurrence, no matter how minor. November 20th, 0300 hours. Footsteps on roof. Heavy, deliberate. Sounds like something with claws. November 21st, 2200 hours. Heard my own voice calling for help from the forest. Perfect imitation. When I didn't respond, it began crying like a child. November 22nd, 1800 hours. Found animal bones arranged in geometric patterns around the cabin. Deer femurs and wolf skulls. Fresh marrow suggests recent kills. On November 23rd, 100 hours. It spoke to me. Used my grandmother's voice, told me stories she used to tell. Asked me to come outside, said she was cold and needed help. I stayed inside. That last entry scared me more than anything else. My grandmother had been the one person who'd truly understood my connection to the old ways, who'd taught me to respect the boundaries between the world of men and the world of spirits. If something was using her voice, her memories, it meant the entity had somehow accessed the deepest, most sacred parts of my mind. I was no longer dealing with a mere predator. This was something far older and more dangerous, something that existed in the spaces between human understanding and primal terror. By December, I'd stopped leaving the cabin except for absolute necessities. The thing in the forest, I could no longer think of it as simply an animal, had grown bolder and more sophisticated in its attempts to lure me outside. It had learned to mimic the voices of everyone I'd ever cared about, playing back conversations and shared memories with perfect accuracy. The worst was when it used the voice of Michael, my younger brother who died in Afghanistan 3 years earlier. It knew details about our childhood that I'd never shared with anyone. The secret hiding place where we'd kept comic books, the songs our mother used to sing, even the exact words he'd spoken the last time we'd talked on the phone before his deployment. Ayana, it called from the darkness beyond my reinforced windows. I'm scared. It's so cold here. Please help me. Please don't leave me alone again. I pressed my hands over my ears and repeated the prayers my grandmother had taught me, words in Lakota that were meant to drive away malevolent spirits. But the voice persisted, growing more desperate and pleading until I had to bite my tongue to keep from crying out. The entity's hunting pattern was becoming clear. It was methodically breaking down my psychological defenses, using my own memories and emotions as weapons. Each night brought new voices, new pleas for help, new attempts to exploit my deepest fears and regrets. But it wasn't just psychological warfare. The physical evidence of its presence grew more disturbing daily. I'd find handprints pressed into the frost on my windows, handprints that started human but gradually became more elongated and clawed as they progressed across the glass. Scratches appeared on the cabin walls, too high and too deep to have been made by any normal animal. Most unnervingly, I began finding my own belongings scattered around the forest near the cabin. Items that had been securely stored inside, clothing, personal items, even pages torn from my journal, would appear hanging from branches or half buried in the snow. It was as if the creature was trying to construct some kind of shrine or trap, using artifacts of my life. My radio communications with Maria had become increasingly sporadic. The entity had learned to interfere with the transmissions, inserting its own voice into our conversations or simply overwhelming the signal with sounds that made my equipment screech and pop. When I did manage to get through, Maria's concern was evident but hampered by her inability to understand what I was truly facing. I'm sending a team up to extract you, she told me during our last clear conversation. Weather permitting, they'll be there in 2 days. Just hold tight, Ayana. We're going to get you out of there. But I knew 2 days might be too long. The creature's behavior was escalating, its attempts to draw me outside becoming more desperate and creative. The previous night it had simulated the sounds of a helicopter crash just beyond the tree line, complete with screaming voices calling for help and the crackle of flames. Only my grandmother's training had kept me inside, her voice in my memory reminding me that shapeshifters were masters of deception. On my final night alone in the cabin, the entity tried a different approach. Instead of mimicking human voices, it began to sing. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, wordless but somehow familiar, like a half-remembered lullaby. Despite myself, I found my hand moving toward the door handle, drawn by the ethereal music that seemed to promise peace and safety. I forced myself to stop, backing away from the door until I pressed against the far wall. The singing continued for hours, weaving through my consciousness like a drug, making me forget why I was afraid, why I needed to stay inside. Only the sharp edge of my grandfather's knife, pressed against my palm hard enough to draw blood, kept me anchored to reality. As dawn broke on what I hoped would be my rescue day, I realized that the true horror wasn't the entity itself, but what it represented. The thin boundary between the world we think we understand and the ancient powers that existed long before humans claimed dominion over the wilderness. Whatever was hunting me had been here. When the first peoples crossed the Bering Land Bridge, it had watched civilizations rise and fall, adapting and learning, always patient, always hungry. I was just the latest in a long line of prey that had wandered too far from the safety of community and fire. The question was whether my grandmother's teachings and my own determination would be enough to survive until help arrived, or if I would join Davidson and the missing hunters in whatever dark realm the Skinwalker called home. The rescue team found me 3 days later, catatonic and severely dehydrated, huddled in the corner of the cabin with my grandfather's knife clutched in white-knuckled fists. According to their report, I'd barricaded myself inside so thoroughly that they'd had to break down the door to reach me. I have no memory of those final days. The last thing I clearly remember is the singing, that beautiful, terrible melody that seemed to dissolve the boundaries between waking and sleeping, between reality and nightmare. Everything after that is fragments, shadows moving beyond the windows, voices calling my name, the sound of claws scraping against wood. The medical evaluation found me physically unharmed but suffering from severe psychological trauma. They attributed my condition to isolation psychosis, a well-documented phenomenon in remote postings. The hallucinations, they assured me, were a natural response to prolonged solitude and stress. But hallucinations don't leave physical evidence. When I was finally coherent enough to give a statement, I learned that the rescue team had documented extensive damage to the cabin's exterior, claw marks in the wooden walls, deep gouges around the windows and door, and what appeared to be bite marks in the roof supports. They had also found the arranged animal bones I'd described, though these were dismissed as the work of scavengers or possibly previous rangers with too much time on their hands. Most significantly, they'd found tracks, dozens of them, creating a complex pattern around the cabin that the team's tracker described as unlike anything I've seen in 30 years in the bush. The tracks started human but gradually morphed into something else, longer toes, pronounced claw marks, a gait that suggested something moving comfortably on either 2 legs or 4. Maria visited me in the hospital in Anchorage, bringing flowers and a concerned expression that didn't quite hide her relief that I was alive. She told me that the Park Service was closing Station Echo 7 indefinitely, citing budget constraints and safety concerns. Davidson's replacement had lasted less than 4 months, and I was the second ranger to suffer a psychological breakdown at that posting. Maybe some places are just too isolated, she said, patting my hand with maternal concern. Too far from civilization for anyone to handle long term. But I knew it wasn't isolation that had driven me to the edge of sanity. It was knowledge, the terrible understanding, that the old stories my grandmother had told me weren't just folklore but warnings passed down through generations of people who'd learned to coexist with things that existed beyond the edges of human understanding. The official report would record my experience as a case study in isolation psychosis, a cautionary tale about the psychological dangers of remote postings. The Park Service would implement new protocols requiring regular psychological evaluations and mandatory rotation schedules for isolated stations. They would never acknowledge what I'd really encountered in those mountains, what had driven Davidson away and claimed the missing hunters. The modern world has no room for such possibilities, no bureaucratic category for ancient evils that wear the faces of the familiar and hunt with intelligence older than civilization. I returned to Anchorage a changed person. The financial problems that had driven me to accept the remote posting seemed trivial now, compared to the weight of knowledge I carried. I found work teaching at the Native Heritage Center, sharing sanitized versions of traditional stories with tourists who saw them as quaint folklore rather than survival instructions. But late at night, When the city lights couldn't quite push back the darkness, I would remember the singing. That beautiful, terrible melody would echo in my memory, and I would check the locks on my doors and windows, knowing that some hungers are patient and some predators never truly give up their prey. The skinwalker is still out there, somewhere in the vast wilderness of Alaska, waiting, watching, learning. And sometimes, when the wind carries strange sounds through the city, I wonder if it followed me home. My grandmother used to say that knowledge comes with a price, and the price of knowing about the things that walk between worlds is the loss of innocence, the end of the comfortable illusion that humans are the apex predators in our own domain. I paid that price in full during my time at Station Echo 7, and I carry it with me still. A reminder that the wilderness holds secrets older and more dangerous than any government agency is prepared to acknowledge. The question isn't whether such creatures exist, but whether we're strong enough to survive the knowledge of their existence. In my dreams, I still hear it singing that wordless melody that promises everything and delivers only darkness. And sometimes, just before I wake, I find myself humming along, my voice joining that ancient chorus of predator and prey, hunter and hunted, in the eternal dance of survival that began long before humans learned to make fire and will continue long after our cities have crumbled to dust. The wilderness remembers what we've forgotten, and some memories have teeth. The radio crackled to life at 3:47 a.m., jolting me from the first decent sleep I'd had in weeks. Static filled the small ranger station, then a voice, panicked, barely coherent. "Please, anyone. We're lost. Something's following us." I fumbled for the handset, knocking over my lukewarm coffee in the process. The bitter liquid spread across the cluttered desk, soaking into unpaid bills and maintenance reports that had been piling up since my supervisor cut our budget again. "This is Ranger Tahoma at Denali Station 7. What's your location?" Nothing but static answered. I'd taken this job 8 months ago when my construction company went under, leaving me drowning in debt and desperate for steady work. The pay was terrible, barely enough to cover my student loans and the rent on this glorified shed they called a ranger station. But it came with housing, and after sleeping in my truck for 2 weeks, even this cramped, poorly insulated cabin felt like luxury. The station sat 30 miles from the nearest road, accessible only by helicopter or a grueling 2-day hike through terrain that could kill the unprepared. Most days I saw nothing but wilderness and the occasional research team or experienced hiker. It was isolation that would drive some people insane, but I'd grown up in these mountains. My grandmother, a Tanana elder, had taught me to read the land like others read books. She'd also taught me to listen for sounds that didn't belong. The radio hissed again. This time the voice was clearer, closer. "Day 3. Supplies running low. It keeps circling our camp." I grabbed my emergency pack, already calculating distances and terrain. If they were close enough for clear radio contact, they couldn't be more than 10 miles out. In this weather, hypothermia would kill them before dawn. "Sir, I need you to stay calm. Can you see any landmarks? Ridgelines, rock formations, anything distinctive?" The response made my blood run cold. "It looks like our friend Jake. But Jake fell into the ravine yesterday. We buried him ourselves." I stared at the radio, my grandmother's voice echoing in my memory. Stories told around dying fires, warnings about things that wore familiar faces but moved wrong, spoke wrong, existed wrong. "Sir, I need you to describe what you're seeing exactly." Silence stretched for nearly a minute. When the voice returned, it was barely a whisper. "It's standing at the edge of our firelight. Looks exactly like Jake down to the scar on his forehead, but it's too tall. And when it moves, God, when it moves, it's like it's remembering how to be human." I was already pulling on my gear, muscle memory taking over while my mind processed the implications. Lost hikers were one thing, but they were describing was something else entirely. Something my grandmother had warned me about, but I'd never truly believed. "I'm coming to get you. Keep your fire burning and do not, I repeat, do not let that thing into your camp, no matter how much it looks like your friend." "How did you know it was?" The transmission cut to static. I shouldered my pack and stepped into the pre-dawn darkness. The forest was wrong tonight. Too quiet, too still. Even the usual chorus of night sounds had fallen silent, as if the wildlife knew to hide. My flashlight cut through the darkness as I followed the most likely trail the hikers would have taken. After an hour of steady climbing, I caught my first real sign. Broken branches at shoulder height, drag marks in the soft earth. But as I knelt to examine them closer, my light caught something that made me question everything I thought I knew about tracking. The footprint started normal. Size 11 boots, deep impressions indicating a heavy pack. But as I followed them, they changed. The gait lengthened impossibly, the stride becoming something no human could maintain. And then, 50 feet further, they simply stopped. No sign of a struggle, no indication the person had changed direction. They just ended, as if whoever made them had simply ceased to exist. I radioed back to base, more for protocol than hope. This far out, I was truly alone. The trail led upward through a series of switchbacks I knew well. I'd hiked this route dozens of times, but tonight it felt different. Foreign. The familiar landmarks seemed shifted, as if someone had rebuilt the mountain from memory but gotten the details slightly wrong. 2 hours into the hike, I found their first campsite. The tent was shredded, not torn by claws or cut by knife, but pulled apart with inhuman strength. Scattered supplies lay everywhere, but there was no blood. No signs of violence, just destruction that felt almost playful. Carved into a nearby aspen, barely visible in my flashlight beam, were symbols I recognized from my grandmother's stories. Warning marks, boundary signs. Someone, or something, was marking territory. I pressed on, following the trail of disturbed vegetation and increasingly erratic footprints. The hikers were moving faster now, their tracks showing signs of panic. But weaving between their prints were others, the same boots, the same pattern, but walking with that wrong, impossible gait. The radio crackled. Thank God. We can see your light. We're in the clearing ahead, but please hurry. It's been circling us for the past hour just outside the firelight. I could see the glow of their campfire through the trees, hear voices carrying on the still air. But as I got closer, something made me stop. The voices were too similar, the cadence too regular, like a recording played at slightly different speeds. I circled wide, approaching from an angle that would give me a clear view of their camp. What I saw there would stay with me for the rest of my life. 3 figures sat around a fire, their backs to me. Normal enough, except they were sitting in identical positions, their heads tilted at the exact same angle. And standing just beyond the firelight, barely visible in the shadows, was a 4th figure. It stood too still, too straight, like a mannequin someone had posed and forgotten. I keyed my radio, whispering, "This is Ranger Tahoma. How many people are in your group?" One of the figures around the fire turned toward me, and I saw its face clearly for the first time. Human features arranged just slightly wrong, like a photograph where the proportions had been subtly adjusted. When it smiled, it showed too many teeth. "Just the 3 of us, Ranger. We've been waiting for you." I backed away from the clearing, my training warring with a primal terror that made my hands shake. 3 figures around the fire. But the radio transmission had mentioned 4 hikers, and that thing standing in the shadows. My foot snapped a branch, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the still air. All 3 figures around the fire turned toward me with mechanical precision, their movements synchronized in a way that violated every law of human behavior. "Ranger Tahoma?" The voice came from all 3 simultaneously, a chorus that made my skin crawl. "We're so glad you made it. Please join us by the fire." I drew my sidearm, a .44 Magnum that I'd carried more for bears than anything else. Fat lot of good it would do against whatever these things were. But the weight felt reassuring in my trembling hands. "I need you to identify yourselves. Show me some ID." The laughter that erupted from the clearing was the worst sound I'd ever heard. 3 voices layered over each other, creating harmonics that hurt to listen to. When it stopped, only one of them spoke. "Of course, Ranger. Here's Jake's ID." The figure closest to me reached into a jacket pocket and pulled out a wallet. It held up a driver's license, and even from 20 feet away I could see the photo clearly. A young man with brown hair and a scar across his forehead smiling at the camera. "Jake Martinson," the thing said in a voice that was trying too hard to sound human. 26 years old. Resident of Anchorage. Eagle Scout. Loves hiking and photography. It was reciting the information like reading from a script with no emotion or natural inflection. Where are the real hikers? I kept my gun trained on them, though I doubted bullets would stop whatever these things were. "We are the real hikers, Ranger." This came from the figure in the middle. "Would you like to see Tom's ID next? Or perhaps Sarah's?" The way it said their names, with that slight pause before each one as if checking an internal database, made my blood run cold. These things had killed the hikers and were now wearing their identities like masks. I began backing down the trail, keeping my flashlight and weapon trained on the clearing. The three figures stood up with fluid, inhuman grace, their movements still perfectly synchronized. "Leaving so soon, Ranger? But we've prepared such a warm welcome." They stepped forward into the full firelight, and I got my first clear look at what my grandmother's stories had tried to prepare me for. They wore human faces, human clothes, even human expressions. But the proportions were wrong. Limbs too long, torso too narrow, fingers that bent at impossible angles. And their eyes. Their eyes reflected the firelight like an animal's, but with an intelligence that was cold and calculating. "My grandmother told me stories about your kind," I said, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. "Skinwalkers, shape thieves, things that steal faces and forget how to wear them properly." The thing wearing Jake's face tilted its head, and I heard vertebrae pop in ways that would paralyze a human. "Your grandmother was a wise woman, Tahoma Black Bear. She knew the old warnings, the old protections. The use of my full name, a name I'd never told anyone up here, sent ice through my veins. It knew me, had been watching me, learning about me. But times have changed," it continued. "We've learned to adapt, to blend in better. Soon no one will be able to tell the difference." The other two began moving to flank me, their feet making no sound on the forest floor despite the thick layer of dead leaves and fallen branches. I'd hunted these woods since I was 12, and I knew that level of silence was impossible for anything living. I fired a warning shot into the air, the report echoing off the surrounding peaks. The three figures didn't flinch, didn't react at all to the deafening noise. They just kept advancing with that horrible synchronized grace. "Iron and fire don't work on us, Ranger. We've moved beyond such simple weaknesses." But even as it spoke, I noticed they were keeping their distance from my flashlight beam. Whatever they were, they still didn't like direct light. I backed down the trail faster, sweeping my light back and forth to keep them at bay. Behind me, I could hear them following, not their footsteps, but the sound of branches bending and leaves rustling as they moved through the forest parallel to the trail. My radio squawked to life. "Ranger Tahoma, this is base. We received reports of gunfire. What's your status?" I nearly wept with relief at hearing another human voice, even distorted by static. But before I could respond, that familiar wrong voice came through the speaker. "Everything's fine, base. Just had to scare off some wildlife. The rescue is proceeding normally." The thing had my voice. Not similar, exactly my voice, down to the slight hoarseness from too much coffee and not enough sleep. "Understood, Ranger. Continue with the operation." The radio fell silent, and I realized how completely isolated I was. These things could impersonate anyone, communicate with anyone, and no one would know the difference until it was too late. I reached a fork in the trail and made a decision that went against every search and rescue protocol I'd ever learned. Instead of continuing toward base, I took the branch that led deeper into the wilderness, toward the old-growth forest where my grandmother had taught me the traditional ways. If these things were what I thought they were, then bullets and radios wouldn't save me. But there were older protections, older weapons, if I could remember them correctly. The trail climbed steeply through a grove of ancient spruce trees, their massive trunks creating a natural cathedral in the darkness. This was sacred ground, according to my grandmother. A place where the boundary between worlds grew thin, but also where the old powers still held sway. I found what I was looking for near the center of the grove, a ring of standing stones, each one carved with symbols that predated any European settlement. My grandmother had brought me here as a child, teaching me the proper rituals, the correct words. At the time, I'd thought it was just cultural preservation, keeping the old stories alive. Now it might be the only thing that could save me. I set down my pack and began arranging kindling in the center of the stone circle, my hands working from memory while my eyes scanned the surrounding darkness. They were out there watching, waiting, but they hadn't followed me into the grove, hadn't crossed the line marked by the standing stones. That gave me hope. The fire caught quickly, dry wood crackling as flames reached toward the canopy. I pulled out my emergency flare gun and fired 3 shots into the air, not for rescue, but for the light. The brilliant red flares hung in the sky like artificial suns, turning night into harsh crimson day. In that light, I saw them clearly for the first time. They stood just beyond the stone circle, not 3 figures, but dozens. Some wore familiar faces from town, others were strangers, but all had that same wrong quality, that uncanny valley wrongness that marked them as imitations of humanity rather than the real thing. And in the center of the group, Wearing my own face stood the thing that had been hunting me. It smiled with my mouth, waved with my hand, and spoke with my voice, "Hello, Tahoma. Ready to come home?" The creature wearing my face stepped closer to the stone circle's edge, and I saw something I hadn't noticed before. It cast no shadow, despite the bright flare light. The others hung back, forming a loose semicircle around the sacred grove, but none would cross the threshold marked by the ancient stones. "Your grandmother's tricks won't work forever," it said in my voice, but the inflection was wrong, like someone trying to mimic an accent they'd only heard once. "These stones are old, but we are older." I fed more wood to the fire, keeping the flames high. The heat felt good against the mountain chill, but more importantly, the light seemed to pain them. They flinched whenever the flames flared, stepping back into the deeper shadows between the trees. "My grandmother taught me more than just tricks," I replied, trying to project confidence I didn't feel. "She taught me the real stories, the ones your kind hoped we'd forget." The thing tilted my face at an angle that would have snapped my neck, studying me with eyes that reflected the firelight like polished obsidian. "Tell us a story then, grandson of stories. Tell us what you think you know." I settled back against one of the standing stones, feeling the carved symbols warm against my back. The rock held heat from generations of ceremonial fires, and I drew strength from that connection to my ancestors. She told me about the time before time, when the barrier between worlds was thin, how things from the hungry places would slip through, wearing stolen faces to hunt among the living. But she also told me about the guardians, the ones who learned to fight back. More of them emerged from the darkness as I spoke, dozens becoming scores. They wore faces I recognized, tourists who'd gone missing over the years, researchers who'd never returned from field work, hunters who'd walked into these mountains and simply vanished. All perfectly recreated down to scars and birthmarks, but all wrong in that subtle, nauseating way. "The guardians are gone," the thing wearing my face said. "Died out or forgot their purpose. You're alone, little ranger, alone with your stories and your dying fire." I reached into my pack and pulled out my grandmother's medicine bundle, the one she'd given me before she passed. I'd carried it more for sentimental reasons than belief, but now I felt the power thrumming through the aged leather and sacred objects within. "Maybe the guardians are gone," I admitted, unwrapping the bundle with reverent care, "but the knowledge remains, and blood remembers what the mind forgets." Inside the bundle were objects that had been passed down through 5 generations of my family. A piece of obsidian napped by my great-great-grandfather, sage blessed by medicine men whose names were lost to time, and a small vial of water from a spring high in the mountains that my people considered the source of all life in this region. The creatures pressed closer to the circle's edge, but still wouldn't cross. I could smell them now, the scent of things long dead, preserved by unnatural means. It was the smell of meat forgotten in dark places, of bones that had never known sunlight. "Cute toys," my doppelganger said, but its voice lacked the earlier confidence, superstition and wishful thinking. I began mixing the sacred water with ash from the fire, speaking words my grandmother had taught me in our native tongue. The syllables felt strange on my lips after years of disuse, but they came back with startling clarity, as if muscle memory extended to more than just physical actions. The reaction was immediate. The creatures recoiled as if struck, their human masks slipping for just an instant to reveal something underneath that my mind refused to process completely. I caught glimpses, too many joints, skin like wet leather, mouths full of teeth that belonged to deep-sea predators. "Iron and fire might not work on you," I said, continuing the ritual mixing, "but there are older powers. Powers that remember when your kind first crawled out of the spaces between spaces." I dipped my fingers in the mixture and began painting symbols on my face and hands. Protective wards my grandmother had shown me, marks that would make me difficult to imitate, harder to track. The paste felt cold against my skin, but it warmed quickly as if drawing heat from some internal source. "You think mud and words will save you?" But the thing's voice was higher now, strained. "You think your dead grandmother's fairy tales?" I stood up sharply, the obsidian blade flashing in my hand. "Don't you dare speak about her. You wear stolen faces and call it living, but you don't understand the first thing about what it means to be human." The blade had been napped according to traditional methods, each flake removed with prayers and intention. It held more than just a sharp edge. It held the focused will of generations of my people who had fought things like these. I drew the edge across my palm, letting my blood drip onto the fire. The flames turned blue-white for a moment, and several of the creatures actually cried out in apparent pain. Blood of the people, freely given, fire blessed by the old ways, stone shaped by human hands and human will. I stepped forward, still inside the protective circle but closer to its edge. "You want to wear my face? Come and take it." The thing wearing my appearance snarled, and for a moment its mask slipped completely. What looked back at me was a writhing mass of darkness held together by hunger and malice, something that existed purely to consume and corrupt. "We don't need to take it," it hissed in a voice like static electricity. "We've been watching you for months, learning your mannerisms, your speech patterns, your memories. We know about your debts, your failed business, your desperate need for steady work. We know you better than you know yourself." It was probably right. These things were patient, methodical. They could study their prey for years before making a move, building perfect imitations down to the smallest detail. "But you still don't understand," I said, painting another protective symbol on the nearest standing stone. "You can copy the surface, but you can't touch what's underneath. You can't steal what was freely given by family, by tradition, by love." I began walking the perimeter of the circle, touching each stone and speaking the names of my ancestors. With each name, the sacred fire burned brighter, and the creatures pressed further back into the darkness. "We are Tlingit, Tanana, and a dozen other tribes whose blood mixed in the mountains of Alaska. We are the children of people who survived the ice and the long dark, who learned to live in harmony with powers you can only imitate. You can wear our faces, but you cannot be us." The thing wearing my appearance began to change, its stolen features melting and reforming like wax held too close to flame. Other creatures in the group were doing the same, their human masks becoming unstable as the protective ritual reached its climax. I pulled out my emergency flare gun and loaded the last cartridge. Not a standard rescue flare, but something I'd prepared during my first week at this station, following half-remembered instructions from my grandmother. The flare was wrapped with sage and blessed tobacco, inscribed with symbols that hurt to look at directly. "This is for all the faces you've stolen," I said, raising the weapon. "For all the lives you've corrupted. For everyone who walked into these mountains and never came home." I fired directly into the center of the group. The flare exploded, not in simple light, but in something that burned away shadow and pretense alike. Where it touched the creatures, they began to unravel, their stolen forms dissolving back into the hungry darkness they truly were. They fled screaming into the night, voices creating harmonics that shattered tree branches and sent avalanches cascading down distant slopes. But they left something behind. Dozens of personal effects scattered around the grove's edge. Wallets, jewelry, photographs, all the small things that make us human, taken from victims over God knew how many years. I spent the rest of the night sorting through the items, trying to match them with missing persons reports I'd memorized during my training. Some of the items were decades old, others disturbingly recent, evidence of a hunting pattern that stretched back generations. As dawn broke over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink, I radioed base with a carefully edited version of events. 3 hikers found dead from exposure, their bodies recovered and transported to town for proper burial. No mention of the things that had been wearing their faces. No discussion of rituals and sacred stones. Some truths were too dangerous to share with people who wouldn't understand. 3 weeks passed before I saw them again. 3 weeks of normal ranger duties, of helping lost hikers and filing mundane reports, of trying to convince myself that night in the grove had been some kind of stress-induced hallucination brought on by too much isolation and too little sleep. But the personal effects I'd collected were real, locked in my desk drawer as tangible proof that something terrible had been hunting in these mountains for far longer than anyone realized. I'd managed to return several items to the families of long-missing persons, always with carefully constructed stories about finding them in remote locations, never mentioning the true circumstances of their recovery. The calls started on a Tuesday. "Denali Station 7, this is base. We've got reports of missing hikers in your sector. Standard procedure." I took down the details. A group of 4 college students from Seattle, last seen 3 days ago on the Ptarmigan Ridge Trail. Experienced hikers with proper gear, but the weather had turned nasty and they'd missed 2 scheduled check-ins. I loaded my pack with extra supplies and set out at first light, following the established trail toward their last known position. The forest felt normal. Birds singing, small animals rustling through the underbrush. The familiar sounds of a healthy ecosystem going about its business. But as I climbed higher, approaching the area where the students had last been seen, that wrongness crept back in. Subtle at first, just a feeling that I was being watched, that something was moving parallel to my route just outside the range of vision. I found their first campsite around midday. The tent was properly set up, gear stowed according to backcountry protocols, everything exactly as it should be. Except for the complete absence of any human presence. No footprints around the campfire, no impressions in the sleeping bags, no sign that anyone had actually used the site despite all appearances to the contrary. My radio crackled. "Ranger Tahoma, this is Emily Chen, the group leader. Can you hear me?" I recognized the name from the missing persons report. Emily Chen, 22 years old, senior at University of Washington majoring in environmental science. "This is Ranger Tahoma. What's your current location?" "We're about 2 miles north of our planned route, in a small valley with a stream running through it. One of our group injured his ankle, so we're moving slowly." The voice was right. Young female, slight accent that suggested Asian heritage, vocabulary that matched someone with her educational background. But something about the cadence felt off, like someone reading from a script they didn't quite understand. "I'm tracking your route now. Are you able to signal your position with a flare or mirror flash?" "Negative, we used our flares yesterday when we thought we heard a helicopter. But we can see a large dead tree that was struck by lightning. It's on a ridge about half a mile east of our position." I knew the tree she was describing. It had been a landmark in this area for over a decade. The details seemed to confirm their location, but it also proved they'd strayed significantly from their planned route. "Understood. I'm approximately 4 hours from your position. Keep your injured party warm and hydrated and don't attempt to move until I arrive." "Copy that, Ranger. We'll be waiting." The transmission ended, but I didn't holster my radio immediately. Instead, I stood in the abandoned campsite, listening to the forest around me with the heightened awareness my grandmother had taught me to cultivate. Something was wrong. Not obviously wrong, not dramatically wrong, but wrong in the way that a photograph looks when someone has subtly adjusted the proportions of a familiar face. The hiking group's gear was too perfectly arranged. Their campsite too pristine for people who'd been struggling with an injury and deteriorating weather. I continued north, following game trails and natural features toward the valley Emily had described. As I hiked, I tried to piece together what I knew about the missing students from their registration forms and emergency contacts. Emily Chen, environmental science major, experienced hiker, described by friends as cautious and methodical. Marcus Rodriguez, pre-med student amateur photographer dating Emily for 2 years. Sarah Kim, computer science major, first time in Alaska but extensive hiking experience in the Cascades. David Nakamura, geology major, grew up camping and hunting with his father. 4 young people with their whole lives ahead of them, taking a break from their studies to experience the Alaskan wilderness. Exactly the type of prey that would attract the kind of things I'd encountered 3 weeks ago. The valley Emily had described was exactly where she'd said it would be, complete with the stream and the distinctive lightning-struck tree on the eastern ridge. But as I approached their supposed position, my unease deepened into genuine alarm. I could see their tent through the trees, a bright orange dome that stood out like a beacon against the green backdrop of the forest. Smoke rose from a properly constructed campfire, and I could see figures moving around the site. Everything looked normal, exactly what I'd expect to find when locating a group of stranded hikers. But there were no sounds, no voices calling out to each other, no normal camp noises, no indication of actual human activity, despite the clear visual evidence that people were present. I climbed to a vantage point on the eastern slope and used my binoculars to study the campsite more carefully. 4 figures sat around the fire, their positions and postures suggesting casual conversation, but they weren't moving their mouths. They weren't gesturing or shifting position or displaying any of the unconscious body language that characterizes normal human interaction. They were sitting like mannequins arranged to create the illusion of a gathering. I keyed my radio, keeping my voice low. "Emily, this is Ranger Tahoma. I can see your campsite. Is everything all right down there?" One of the figures around the fire stood up and waved in my direction, though I was certain my position was concealed by the trees and terrain. "Everything's fine, Ranger. David's ankle is feeling better. so we should be able to hike out on our own if needed. The voice came through clearly, but I was watching the figure that had stood up, a young woman with long dark hair that matched Emily's description. Her mouth never moved. She was waving at me and somehow speaking through my radio simultaneously, without any visible communication device. I'd walked into another trap, but this time they'd had 3 weeks to study me, to learn from their previous failure. This time they'd prepared a scenario that would draw me in close before revealing their true nature. I began backing away from the vantage point, moving as quietly as possible through the dense underbrush. If I could reach my ATV, I might be able to make it back to base and call for backup, though I doubted any backup would believe what I had to report. Ranger Tahoma? Emily's voice came through the radio again, but now there was an edge to it, a subtle note of predatory anticipation. You seem to have stopped moving. Is there a problem? They could track me somehow, monitor my location even when I thought I was concealed. The realization sent ice through my veins as I understood how completely they'd prepared for this encounter. Just checking my map, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. I'll be down to your location in about 30 minutes. We'll be waiting. I switched off my radio and removed the battery, then began moving as quickly as I dared through the forest, abandoning the established trails in favor of game paths and deer runs that would make me harder to track. But even as I moved, I could hear them behind me. Not footsteps exactly, but the sound of large bodies moving through the vegetation with inhuman coordination. They were herding me, I realized, driving me away from the established trails and toward some predetermined location where they could corner me without risk of discovery by other hikers or aircraft. The chase continued for over an hour, my pursuers maintaining just enough distance to keep me moving in the direction they wanted while never quite allowing me to break free and reach safety. My emergency beacon would summon a helicopter, but not for hours, and not to a location these things couldn't predict and prepare for. I needed the sacred grove again, needed the protection of the standing stones and the power of the old ceremonies, but that was miles away, across terrain that would leave me completely exposed to pursuit. Then I remembered something else my grandmother had taught me. Not all protective rituals required specific locations. Some could be improvised if you had the knowledge and the will to implement them properly. I stopped running and began gathering materials from the forest floor, dry cedar bark for tinder, stones from a nearby creek bed, sage that grew wild in the meadows above tree line. Working quickly, I built a small fire in a natural clearing surrounded by dense timber. The flames were barely established when they found me. All 4 hikers stepped into the clearing simultaneously, their movements synchronized with that horrible precision I'd seen before. But this time I was ready for them. I pulled out the obsidian blade and drew it across the palm of my other hand, letting blood drip onto the flames. The fire flared blue-white and the creatures stopped as if they'd hit an invisible wall. Blood of the people freely given, I began, repeating the words my grandmother had taught me. Fire blessed by intention, smoke carrying prayers to the ancestors who guide us. The thing wearing Emily's face snarled, its features beginning to blur and shift. You cannot hide behind ritual forever, little ranger. We are patient. We can wait. Maybe, I admitted, pulling out my emergency flare gun, but I don't have to hide. This is my land, my responsibility, my duty to protect. I'd loaded the flare gun with another ceremonial charge, this one prepared during the long nights following my first encounter with these creatures. If it worked, it would do more than just drive them away. It would mark them, make them trackable, vulnerable to traditional weapons and methods. The Guardians aren't gone, I said, standing within my improvised sacred circle. They just evolved, adapted to new threats and new responsibilities. The knowledge survived because it had to. I fired the flare into the center of the group. The explosion wasn't just light and sound, it was revelation. For a moment I saw them as they truly were beneath their stolen faces, ancient things from the spaces between worlds, entities of hunger and corruption that had been feeding on human suffering for millennia. But I also saw something else. Fear. For the first time since this nightmare began, they were afraid. The marked ones fled screaming into the wilderness, but their cries were different now. Where before they'd sounded like corrupted human voices, now they carried harmonics of something alien and desperate. I spent the night maintaining my protective fire and monitoring the radio for any legitimate emergency calls. As dawn broke, I called in a final report on the missing college students. No trace found, presumed dead from exposure or accident. The official search would be called off and their families would have to find closure without answers. But I knew they were safe now, wherever they were. The creatures wearing their faces had been driven back to whatever realm they'd originally come from, and the traditional protections were holding stronger than ever. I packed up my equipment and began the hike back to base, already planning my next moves. There would be more of them. There always were, drawn by isolation and vulnerability like predators to wounded prey. But now I understood my true role here wasn't just as a park ranger. I was a guardian, carrying on work that stretched back generations. The job paid terribly, the conditions were harsh, and the isolation would eventually drive most people insane. But someone had to watch. Someone had to remember the old ways and stand ready when the ancient hunger stirred. My grandmother had trained me well, even if I hadn't understood it at the time. The mountains were quiet as I walked home, but it was the peaceful silence of a healthy ecosystem, not the oppressive wrongness that had plagued this area for months. Birds sang in the canopy, small animals rustled through the underbrush, and somewhere in the distance a wolf pack howled their morning song. All was as it should be, for now. I've been reading these stories for a while now, and I thought it was about time that I would finally share mine. What happened to me isn't something I've spoken about, not to colleagues, not to supervisors, not even to my closest friends. But I need to tell someone, even if it's just strangers on the internet. Maybe then I can finally put it behind me. It all began 5 years ago when I was just starting out as a rookie ranger for the state of West Virginia, fresh out of training, eager to make my mark, convinced I understood the wilderness. I was 26 with a degree in environmental science and a lifetime of camping trips that I mistakenly believed had prepared me for anything the Appalachian wilderness could throw at me. My supervisor, Jim Harkins, a weathered man with 30 years of experience etched into the lines of his face, had tried to temper my enthusiasm with caution. "The mountains have secrets, kid," he told me during my first week. "Things that don't make it into the training manuals. You respect that and you'll be fine." I nodded and smiled, dismissing his words as the typical old-timer trying to spook the newcomer. If only I'd listened. My assigned patrol area was the northeastern section of Monongahela National Forest, a sprawling wilderness of dense woodlands, rugged terrain, and hidden valleys. I'd spend my days hiking the trails, checking campgrounds, and ensuring visitors followed regulations. Most days were uneventful. Picking up litter, giving directions to lost hikers, occasionally dealing with a campfire that hadn't been properly extinguished. The day it happened began like any other. Early April, the forest caught in that in-between stage where winter reluctantly loosens its grip, while spring struggles to take hold. The morning air carried a biting chill, but the forecast promised temperatures in the mid-60s by afternoon. Perfect hiking weather. I reported to the ranger station at 7 a.m., checked the logs from the night shift, and loaded my backpack with the usual supplies. First aid kit, radio, GPS, binoculars, water, food, and the other tools of the trade. Jim was off that day, so I checked in with Ranger Davies, who barely looked up from his computer when I announced my patrol route. "Stick to the schedule," was all he said. "We've got school groups coming through the main trails later." I nodded, though I already had other plans. There was a section of backcountry trail I'd been meaning to explore, an area marked on our maps but rarely visited by tourists. It wasn't technically off-limits for solo patrols, but it wasn't encouraged either. Still, I was feeling restless, eager to see more than the same well-worn paths. The first few hours passed uneventfully. I checked in by radio at the scheduled times, inspected a couple of backcountry campsites, both unoccupied, and documented some trail erosion that would need attention. By noon, I'd reached the junction where I needed to make a decision: continue on the standard patrol route or veer onto the lesser-traveled path I'd been eyeing. I stood at the trail marker, staring down the narrow, overgrown path that disappeared into the thick forest. Something about it called to me, a pull I couldn't explain. I glanced at my watch, did some quick mental calculations, and decided I could explore for a couple of hours and still make it back to the ranger station by the end of my shift. The trail was more challenging than I'd anticipated. Fallen trees blocked the path in several places, forcing me to climb over or find a way around. The forest grew denser, the canopy overhead blocking much of the sunlight, creating a perpetual twilight on the forest floor. I carefully marked my path on my GPS, making notes of landmarks. The last thing I needed was to get lost on my unauthorized detour. Around 2 p.m. I stopped for lunch beside a small stream, sitting on a moss-covered boulder as I ate my sandwich. The forest was quiet, too quiet, I realized. No birdsong, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Just the gentle gurgle of the stream and my own breathing. That should have been my first warning. In all my training, in all the wilderness guides I'd studied, one consistent warning stood out. When the forest goes silent, something is wrong. Predators are near. Danger is present. But I dismissed it, attributing the silence to my own presence disturbing the wildlife. It was as I was packing up to continue that I first heard it, a sound that stopped me cold. A scream, distant but distinct, echoing through the trees. Not quite human, not quite animal, but somewhere horrifyingly in between. I had been running the trails by myself this day and heard something that sounded like screaming coming from up ahead. Being the good little ranger that I am, I decided to investigate things. As I got closer, the sound intensified, but there were no words being spoken, almost as if whatever was making the noise was trying to draw me closer. I hesitated, my hand moving to the radio at my belt. Protocol said I should report unusual sounds or signs of distress. But what would I say? That I heard a weird scream while exploring an area I wasn't supposed to be in? Besides, it was probably just a fox or a bobcat. Mountain lions were rare in these parts, but not unheard of, and they could make sounds unnervingly similar to human screams. I decided to investigate first, report later if necessary. Following the sound, I moved deeper into the forest, away from the trail. The terrain grew steeper, rockier. I had to use my hands in places, half climbing as the ground rose sharply. The screaming continued, intermittent now but growing louder. It sounded distressed, pained, and despite my misgivings, I couldn't ignore what might be an animal or person in trouble. The light was starting to fade when I reached the edge of a small clearing, bordered on one side by a rocky cliff face about 30 feet high. And there at the base of the cliff was a sight that would forever change my understanding of the world. So I'm following this screaming because it kind of sounds like a mountain lion, but it sounds very humanistic, like somebody had genuinely needed help. So after following it for a short while, I come to this small cliff section where I am seeing a mountain lion. Actually, the source of this noise is going absolutely crazy right next to its den. I crouched behind a fallen tree, observing from about 60 feet away. The mountain lion, a large female, tawny coat dulled by the fading light, was pacing frantically before what appeared to be a cave entrance at the base of the cliff. Her movements were erratic, panicked. She would approach the entrance, then back away suddenly, tail lashing, before letting out another of those bone-chilling screams that had drawn me here. I'm watching this in awe, because this mountain lion is clearly distressed about something, and she's going crazy, screaming and making all sorts of noise. Remember, I was a real bad rookie at this point. I didn't know much about animals, and this was really my first run-in with even mountain lions screaming. Which, by the way, if you've never heard, you can Google. It does sound a lot like a human screaming. Anyway, I remained perfectly still, barely breathing. My training had covered mountain lion encounters, but always with the emphasis on avoiding them in the first place. They were solitary creatures, not typically aggressive toward humans unless provoked or protecting young. This one, however, seemed focused entirely on something inside that cave. In my years since, I've seen all manner of wildlife behavior, territorial disputes, mating rituals, hunting tactics, but nothing like what I witnessed next. This mountain lion began screaming and yelling, or making the roaring sounds like it was screaming, and then slowly started backing away from the den entrance. And you could start to hear the heavy sounds of something big coming out towards the den. Instinctually, I was thinking, let me guess. A bear had somehow taken residence or curiosity in this mountain lion's den, and now the two were fighting. But before that thought could even finish going all the way through my brain, the sound from within the cave grew louder, a shuffling, dragging sound accompanied by deep guttural breathing. Something large was moving toward the entrance. My first thought was a bear, as black bears were common in these mountains. A confrontation between a mountain lion and a bear would be rare, potentially deadly for both animals, but not beyond the realm of possibility. I reached slowly for my pack, where my camera was stored. Whatever was about to emerge, it would be valuable to document it. My fingers had just closed around the camera when the creature appeared. This hulking, hairy figure steps out into the entrance of the den, reaches down in one motion, picks up the mountain lion. The mountain lion fights back, but this thing is not even fazed. It grabs the mountain lion's head, twists it like it's nothing, completely breaking the neck and then throwing the body very hard up against a massive fir tree nearby. And you can hear its spine crack from the 60 feet away that I was watching this thing. Time seemed to freeze. My breath caught in my throat, my heart hammering against my ribs so violently I feared it might give away my position. The creature, for I had no other word to describe it, stood at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark, matted fur. Its proportions were humanoid but wrong somehow. Arms too long, shoulders too broad, head set directly on those massive shoulders with barely any neck visible. In the fading light, I couldn't make out details of its face, and for that small mercy I remained grateful. What I could see was enough to haunt my nightmares for years to come. The raw, primal strength it had displayed in dispatching a 130-pound apex predator as if it were nothing, more than a troublesome insect, told me everything. I needed to know about my chances should it discover my presence, and then the body slumped down. This thing staring at the body let out a frustrated grunt and flared its nostrils, kind of all huffy and puffy, and then walked back into the den. My jaw was literally on the ground and I was pale. I had never been so scared in my life. I picked up my jaw and I ran as fast as I could. I ran. No thought, no plan, just blind animal panic driving me through the darkening forest. Branches whipped my face, roots threatened to trip me with every step, but I didn't slow down. I couldn't. The image of that creature, the sound of the mountain lion's spine shattering against the tree, played on repeat in my mind. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning. At some point I stumbled, went down hard on one knee, and the sharp pain finally broke through my panic. I stopped, gasping for breath, and realized I had no idea where I was. In my blind flight, I'd lost all sense of direction. Night had fallen completely now. The forest around me pitch black except for the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy. With shaking hands, I pulled out my flashlight and GPS. The screen showed me far off any marked trail, but at least I had a general idea of which direction to head to reach the nearest road. I listened intently for any sound of pursuit, but heard nothing beyond my own ragged breathing and the resumed chorus of night insects. A small comfort, as their song suggested no large predator was nearby. I moved as quickly and quietly as I could through the darkness, checking the GPS frequently to maintain my course. Every shadow seemed to shift and move, every sound amplified by my fear. I kept imagining hot breath on the back of my neck, massive hands reaching for me from the darkness. After what felt like hours, I spotted the welcome gleam of metal through the trees. My truck, parked where I'd left it at the trailhead. I broke into a final sprint, fumbling with my keys as I reached the vehicle, and practically threw myself inside, locking the doors immediately. And when I got back to my truck, I didn't know exactly who to call or what to say. I had never seen anything like this before, and even to this day I speculate what it was that even was. What did I see and what did I stumble upon? I felt like my heart was about to beat out of its chest. Sitting there in the dark, engine running, heater blasting to combat the chill that seemed to have settled into my very bones, I tried to process what I'd witnessed. My ranger training had covered wildlife encounters of all kinds: bears, cougars, wolves, even moose. But nothing like this. Nothing that could explain a bipedal, 8-foot-tall creature with the strength to kill a mountain lion with its bare hands. The rational part of my mind scrambled for explanations. A bear standing on its hind legs? No, the proportions were all wrong, and no bear moved like that. A man in some kind of costume? Ridiculous, no human could have managed that feat of strength. And why would anyone be out here in such a remote area, in such a convincing disguise? Which left me with explanations I wasn't prepared to accept. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the wild man. Stories I'd dismissed as campfire tales and local legends. I reached for my radio, then hesitated, hand hovering over the call button. What would I say? Who would believe me? I'd be laughed out of the ranger service, possibly subjected to drug testing or psychological evaluation. And all this after I'd violated protocol by going off on my own unauthorized exploration. I put the radio down. I needed time to think, to process, to decide what, if anything, I was going to tell my superiors. I put the truck in gear and drove slowly back toward the ranger station, my mind racing faster than the vehicle ever could. I will say this, though, that out of all the years I've done this, that was the only thing that sticks out to me as completely out of the ordinary. Because after this, I've never actually told another soul about this. You're the first one. Congratulations. I was too scared and always have been too scared to tell any of my fellow rangers or even my bosses. I didn't want to lose my job or get called crazy or made fun of. But perhaps these sorts of things are much more common than I realize. The next morning, I reported to work as usual. I'd spent a restless night in my small cabin, jumping at every sound, checking and rechecking that the doors and windows were locked. When I finally did sleep, my dreams were filled with dark shapes and screaming cougars. Jim was back on duty, nursing a cup of coffee at his desk when I walked in. He looked up, his weathered face creasing into a frown as he took in my appearance. "Jesus, kid, you look like hell." I managed a weak smile. "Rough night." "Didn't sleep well." He studied me for a moment longer. "Anything I should know about?" This was my chance. I could tell him everything, unburden myself of this terrible knowledge. But the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I shook my head. "Just some bad dreams. I'm fine." Jim didn't look convinced, but he didn't press the issue. "Well, you're on visitor center duty today. Try not to scare the tourists with that zombie look." The day passed in a blur. I went through the motions, answering questions, handing out maps, explaining trail conditions, all while feeling utterly disconnected from the normal world around me. How could everything just continue as if nothing had happened? As if the foundations of reality hadn't shifted beneath my feet? During my lunch break, I found myself in front of the ranger station's small library, a collection of field guides, local history books, and wildlife management resources. Glancing around to make sure no one was watching, I pulled out a book I'd always ignored before, Appalachian Folklore and Legends. I flipped through it quickly, stopping at a chapter titled The Wild Man of the Mountains. The description was vague: a large, hairy, human-like creature supposedly inhabiting the remote regions of the Appalachian Range. Sightings dated back to indigenous accounts, continued through early European settlement, and persisted into the modern era. Most were dismissed as misidentified bears, overactive imaginations, or outright hoaxes. But one account, from a hunter in 1923, caught my attention. The creature moved with terrible purpose, not the shambling gait of a bear on hind legs, but the deliberate stride of something that belonged on 2 feet. It took my deer, a full-grown buck I'd just shot, and snapped its neck with one quick twist, as easily as I might wring a dishcloth. I closed the book quickly as I heard footsteps approaching, shoving it back onto the shelf just as Davies walked in. "Planning a camping trip?" he asked, nodding toward the book section. "Just brushing up on local knowledge," I replied, trying to keep my voice casual. Never know what the tourists might ask about. The next few weeks were the hardest. I performed my duties mechanically, avoiding assignments that would take me back to that remote section of forest. When asked, I made excuses. The trails there needed maintenance. There were better areas to monitor for the season. Anything to avoid returning to the scene of my encounter. At night, I researched obsessively. I ordered books on cryptozoology, Bigfoot sightings, unexplained phenomena. I created a password-protected folder on my laptop, where I compiled every account I could find that resembled what I'd seen. I studied maps of the area, marking caves and remote locations where such a creature might live undetected. I also began to notice things I'd overlooked before. The way certain experienced rangers avoided specific areas of the forest. The knowing looks they exchanged when tourists asked about strange sounds or local legends. The unspoken boundaries that seemed to exist. Areas that were technically part of our jurisdiction but rarely, if ever, patrolled. One evening, about a month after my encounter, I was having a beer with Jim and a few other rangers at the local bar when the conversation turned to strange experiences in the field. "Ever see anything you couldn't explain out there?" asked Rodriguez, a ranger who'd transferred from Yellowstone the previous year. There were the usual stories, weird lights that turned out to be poachers, unexplained sounds attributed to weather phenomena, the occasional marijuana growing operation discovered in remote locations. But then Jim, after his 4th beer, grew serious. "There are things in those mountains that don't make it into the reports," he said quietly. "Things we don't talk about because nobody would believe us anyway." The table fell silent. I felt my heart rate quicken. "Like what?" I finally asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Jim looked at me, his eyes slightly unfocused from the alcohol but still penetrating. "Like the reason we don't patrol the northeastern ridge after sunset. Like why we always go in pairs to the Blackwater Caves. Like why every few years we find abandoned camping gear, High-end stuff nobody would just leave behind with no sign of the owners. Rodriguez laughed nervously. Come on, man. You're just trying to spook us. Jim shrugged, draining his beer. Believe what you want, but there's a reason the old-timers have rules that don't make it into the handbooks. The conversation moved on, but I couldn't shake Jim's words. Was it possible he knew that other rangers had seen what I'd seen, but like me, kept their experiences to themselves out of fear of ridicule or worse? 2 months after my encounter, I was finally beginning to regain some semblance of normalcy. The nightmares had become less frequent. My appetite had returned, and I'd stopped jumping at every unexpected sound. I still avoided that section of forest, but I'd managed to convince myself that what I'd seen was a 1-in-a-million occurrence, unlikely to ever happen again. Then came the news that would shatter my fragile peace. A hiker had gone missing, a solo backpacker who'd set out for a week-long trek through the northeastern section of the forest. 3 days into his planned route, he'd missed his scheduled check-in with his girlfriend. By day 5, with no word and no response to emergency pings on his satellite phone, she'd reported him missing. As rangers, we were all called in for the search and rescue operation. Maps were spread out, teams assigned, search grids established. I stared at the map, my blood running cold as I realized his planned route would have taken him within 2 miles of the cave where I'd witnessed the creature. Davis, you'll take grid section E7 with Harkins, the search coordinator announced, pointing to an area that included that very location. I felt the blood drain from my face. I'm more familiar with the western trails, I stammered. Maybe I should... You've logged plenty of hours in the northeast section, the coordinator cut me off. And we need experienced people in the more remote areas. You're with Harkins, section E7. I looked to Jim, hoping for a reprieve, but he just nodded, his expression unreadable. As we geared up for the search, I debated whether to tell Jim what I knew, what I'd seen. This wasn't just about my reputation anymore. A man's life could be at stake. But would telling him help? Or would it just waste valuable time as I tried to convince him of something that sounded impossible? You okay, kid? Jim asked as we loaded our packs into his truck. You look like you're about to puke. I took a deep breath. Jim, there's something you should know about that area. He paused, hand on the truck door, and gave me a long look. I'm listening. Maybe I should learn to be a little more open-minded in sharing my experiences. Even so, in this field of work, I just feel so apprehensive about the whole thing. I wanted to know if you had any guesses of what it is that happened. The drive to our search area was tense. After I'd told Jim everything, the unauthorized exploration, the mountain lion, the creature, my months of secret research, he'd fallen into a heavy silence. He didn't laugh or dismiss my story, which was somehow more unnerving than if he had. You should have told me sooner, was all he said as we neared the trailhead that would lead us to our assigned search grid. You believe me? I couldn't keep the surprise from my voice. Jim parked the truck and turned to face me, his expression grave. Let's just say you're not the first ranger to see something that doesn't fit into our understanding of these mountains. A chill ran through me. You've seen it too? He shook his head. Not personally, but I've been doing this job for 30 years. I've heard stories, found evidence I couldn't explain, lost good people. He reached into the back seat and pulled out a rifle I hadn't noticed before. Not the standard issue we sometimes carried for protection against aggressive wildlife, but something heavier, more powerful. This isn't standard search and rescue equipment, I noted, my mouth suddenly dry. No, it's not. Jim checked the chamber, then loaded the rifle with practiced efficiency. We'll follow protocol, search our grid, call out for the missing hiker. But we stay together. We get out before dark, and if we see anything that doesn't look right, we leave immediately. Understood? I nodded, a mixture of validation and fresh fear coursing through me. Jim believed me, which meant the creature was real. But that same reality now meant we were deliberately walking into its territory. The search began methodically. We called the missing hiker's name every few hundred yards, checked for signs of passage, documented our progress on our GPS units. The forest felt different this time, perhaps because I wasn't alone, perhaps because I now knew what might be watching from the shadows. As we moved deeper into our assigned grid, I began to recognize landmarks from my ill-fated solo expedition. That distinctive split tree, the unusual rock formation, the small stream cutting through the forest floor. We were getting close to the cave. "Jim," I said quietly, pointing ahead. "The cliff face is just beyond that rise. The cave is at the base." He nodded, adjusting his grip on the rifle. "We'll approach slowly. Keep calling for the hiker. If he's injured or lost, he needs to know help is coming. And if something else hears us," Jim's jaw tightened, "then at least we won't be taken by surprise." We continued forward, our calls for the missing hiker seeming to be swallowed by the increasingly dense forest. The afternoon light was fading faster than it should have, the canopy overhead thickening until it felt like twilight despite being only mid-afternoon. And then, just as we crested the small rise that would give us a view of the cliff face, Jim froze, raising his hand in the universal signal to stop. I halted beside him, straining to hear what had caught his attention. There, a sound like branches breaking, but too rhythmic, too deliberate. Something large was moving through the forest ahead of us, moving away from our position. Jim raised the rifle, sighting along the barrel, but there was nothing visible through the dense undergrowth. After a moment, the sounds faded, leaving only the unnatural silence I remembered all too well from my first visit to this place. "What do you think?" I whispered. "Could be a bear," Jim replied, but his tone suggested he didn't believe it. "Let's keep moving, but stay alert." We approached the cliff face cautiously, the cave entrance now visible below. There was no sign of the mountain lion carcass I'd seen months ago. Scavengers would have long since picked it clean, the bones scattered or carried off. The cave mouth yawned dark and foreboding, a black void against the gray stone of the cliff. No sounds emerged from its depths, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. Evaluating, waiting, Jim approached first, rifle at the ready, while I scanned the surrounding forest for any movement. The entrance was larger than I remembered, easily 10 feet high and almost as wide. The ground before it packed hard and smooth from years, perhaps centuries, of use. "Hello?" Jim called into the darkness. "Ranger service. Anyone in there?" His voice echoed briefly, then was absorbed by the darkness. No response. Jim pulled a powerful flashlight from his pack and shone it into the cave. The beam penetrated perhaps 30 feet before the darkness swallowed it, revealing a passage that seemed to curve slightly to the right before disappearing deeper into the earth. "We need to check inside," Jim said grimly. "The hiker could be in there, injured." I knew he was right, but every instinct screamed against entering that darkness. "If the creature lives there, then it's not home right now," Jim finished. "We heard it moving away from here. This might be our only chance to search safely." Reluctantly, I nodded, pulling out my own flashlight. Together, we stepped into the mouth of the cave, the temperature dropping noticeably as we left the filtered sunlight behind. The cave floor was surprisingly even, descending gradually as the passage curved. Our flashlight beams revealed scrape marks on the walls about 7 feet up, as if something tall had brushed against the stone repeatedly over time. The air smelled of damp earth and something else, something musky and rank that made my nose wrinkle. About 50 feet in, the passage widened into a larger chamber. Our lights played across the space, revealing what could only be described as a living area. A depression in the floor lined with dried grass and leaves formed a crude bed. Scattered around the chamber were objects that stopped us in our tracks. A torn backpack, a dented metal water bottle, the remains of a hiking boot. "Jesus," Jim breathed, moving closer to examine the items. "Some of this looks recent." I forced myself to approach, shining my light on the backpack. The fabric was weathered but not ancient, the design modern. Jim carefully opened it, revealing energy bar wrappers, a broken compass, and a waterproof wallet. He opened the wallet with gloved hands, extracting a driver's license. "Michael Thurman," he read, then looked up at me with grim eyes. "Reported missing last hunting season. 5 months ago." I swallowed hard, my flashlight beam tracking across the rest of the chamber. Against one wall lay a pile of bones, some clearly animal, others disturbingly long and straight. My light caught something partially buried in the packed earth floor, a glint of metal. Moving closer, I crouched down for a better look. It was a watch, the face cracked but the metal band still intact. Beside it, partially exposed, was what appeared to be a human finger bone. "Jim," I called, my voice tight. "I think I found—" A sound from deeper in the cave cut me off. A shuffling, dragging sound I recognized immediately. The same sound I'd heard before the creature emerged to kill the mountain lion. Jim was beside me in an instant, rifle raised. "We need to go," Now. We backed toward the entrance, flashlights trained on the dark passage that led deeper into the cave. The shuffling grew louder, accompanied by that same deep, guttural breathing I remembered from my first encounter. "Run," Jim hissed, and we turned, abandoning stealth for speed as we raced back up the passage toward daylight. Behind us, a roar erupted, part animal fury, part human rage, the sound so powerful it seemed to shake the very walls of the cave. The creature had discovered our intrusion, and it was coming. We burst from the cave entrance, the fading afternoon light momentarily blinding after the darkness within. Without pausing, we sprinted for the tree line, seeking the cover of the forest. Jim moved with surprising speed for his age, the rifle clutched firmly in his hands as he led the way back toward the trail. The roar came again, closer now, and I risked a glance back over my shoulder. The creature stood framed in the cave entrance, its massive silhouette blotting out the light behind it. Even at this distance, I could see it scenting the air, turning its head in our direction. Then it began to move, dropping to all fours like a gorilla, covering ground with terrifying speed. "It's coming," I gasped, redoubling my pace. Jim didn't look back, just angled slightly to the left, away from the direct path back to the trail. "We can't outrun it," he panted. "Need to find a place to make a stand." The logic was sound but horrifying. This thing had killed a mountain lion with its bare hands. What chance did we have, even with Jim's rifle? We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit grew louder, branches breaking, undergrowth being flattened by a massive body moving at speed. Ahead, the ground began to rise sharply. Jim headed straight for what appeared to be a rock fall, a jumble of boulders creating a natural barrier about 15 feet high. "There," he called. "We can climb up, get the high ground." We reached the rocks and began to climb, the rough stone cutting into my hands as I hauled myself upward. Jim scrambled up beside me, more agile than his age would suggest. We reached the top just as the creature burst from the forest below. In the clear afternoon light, I got my first good look at what had haunted my nightmares for months. It stood upright now, at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark brown fur that hung in matted clumps. Its body was powerfully muscled, the shoulders impossibly broad, arms hanging almost to its knees. The face was a nightmarish blend of ape and human features, with a heavy brow ridge shadowing deep-set eyes that gleamed with unmistakable intelligence and rage. Jim raised the rifle, taking careful aim. "I don't want to do this," he muttered, almost to himself. It might be the last of its kind. The creature roared again, beating its massive chest with fists the size of dinner plates. Then it charged the rockfall, covering the distance in seconds, and began to climb. Jim fired. The shot echoed through the forest, and the creature jerked as the bullet found its mark in the shoulder. It howled, a sound of pain and fury that raised the hair on the back of my neck but didn't slow its ascent. Jim chambered another round, fired again. This shot caught the creature in the upper chest. It faltered, clinging to the rocks with one massive hand, dark blood matting the fur where the bullets had struck. For a moment, our eyes met, the creature's and mine. In that gaze, I saw not just animal rage, but something else, intelligence, awareness, a depth of being I hadn't expected. It knew what we were. It understood the weapon Jim held, and it hated us with a profound ancient hatred that transcended mere territorial aggression. Then Jim fired a third time, and the creature fell backward, tumbling down the rockfall to land in a heap at the base. It lay still, and for a moment I thought it was over. Then incredibly it began to move again, pushing itself up on one arm, dark blood now pouring from multiple wounds. It looked up at us once more and made a sound I'll never forget. Not a roar this time, but something almost like speech. Guttural and halting, but patterned, purposeful. Jim's face had gone pale. He raised the rifle one last time, aimed carefully, and fired. The creature's head snapped back, and this time when it fell, it didn't move again. The silence that followed was absolute. No birds, no insects, as if the entire forest held its breath. "Is it?" I couldn't finish the question. Jim lowered the rifle slowly. "Yes." His voice was hollow, his face etched with something that looked like grief. "God help me, I think it is. Was this really a Bigfoot's den? Or was this thing invading the mountain lion's den? Because you need to know that seeing this thing kill a mountain lion in front of me with such ease, twisting its neck like it was crumpling up a piece of paper so effortlessly, and then shucking its body as hard as it could against the base of a fir tree, breaking its spine and seeing it just slump and die there. You don't just see anything that makes a mountain lion look like that. We're talking about an animal of considerable force and size, something I myself would run far, far away from. Whatever that creature is, Bigfoot or not, I want nothing to do with it. We stood on that rocky outcrop for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, staring down at the motionless form below. Neither of us seemed eager to approach to confirm what we'd done. Finally, Jim sighed deeply. "We need to call this in." I turned to him, incredulous. "Call it in? And say what exactly? That we just shot and killed a Bigfoot?" Jim rubbed his weathered face with one hand, suddenly looking every year of his age and then some. "No, we say we found evidence relating to the missing hiker." "Which is true." "We say we were attacked by an animal." "Also true." He looked at me steadily. "We don't mention size, appearance, or anything else that sounds unbelievable. But Jim, this could be the scientific discovery of the century. A new species, a missing link, something completely unknown to science." "You think they'll let it be a scientific discovery?" Jim's voice was bitter. "This forest would be overrun with trophy hunters, media, government agents. Every crackpot with a rifle would be out here trying to bag their own specimen. And if there are more of them," he shook his head, "they've survived this long by staying hidden. Maybe that's how it should remain." I wanted to argue, but deep down I knew he was right. I'd spent months researching cryptid sightings, the aftermath of supposed Bigfoot evidence. Most was debunked, ridiculed. The few researchers who maintained their claims were ostracized from the scientific community. Their careers effectively ended, and Jim was right about something else too. The forest would be destroyed in the ensuing circus. Any other creatures like this one would be hunted to extinction. "So what do we do?" I asked. Jim checked his watch. "We're overdue for a check-in. I'll radio in, report that we found evidence of the missing hiker in a cave, and that we were attacked by a large predator, possibly a bear. I was forced to shoot it. We'll request a recovery team. And when they get here and see that," I nodded toward the creature's body, "it won't be here." Jim's expression was grim but determined. "We have about 2 hours until a team could reach this location. We need to move fast." What followed was the most surreal experience of my life. We descended the rockfall cautiously, Jim's rifle still at the ready in case the creature was somehow still alive. It wasn't. Up close it was even more imposing. The hands alone were twice the size of mine, the muscular arms thicker than my thighs. Jim directed me to gather firewood while he used his hunting knife to collect samples. Tufts of hair, scraps of skin, and after a moment's hesitation, a single tooth that had been dislodged by his final shot. These he carefully wrapped and stowed in his pack. "Evidence," he said simply when he saw my questioning look, "just in case someday the world is ready." We built a pyre around the creature's body, using dead fallen branches soaked in the emergency fuel Jim carried for winter rescues. As the flames took hold, we stood in silence, watching smoke rise through the canopy above. "I've been a ranger for 30 years, Jim said quietly. "Seen things most people wouldn't believe. Mountain lions taking down elk, bears fishing salmon from rivers, birth and death and everything in between." He paused, his eyes reflecting the flames. "But I never thought I'd see this. Never thought I'd have to make this kind of decision." I understood his conflict. We were destroying evidence of something extraordinary, something that could rewrite our understanding of the natural world. But we were also protecting the forest we'd sworn to serve, and possibly protecting other creatures like this one that might still roam its depths. We waited until the fire had done its work, then scattered the ashes and charred remains as best we could. By the time we finished, darkness was falling, and we needed to make our way back to meet the incoming search team. Jim radioed in our location, reporting that we'd found signs of the missing hiker in a cave, including his backpack and wallet. He explained that we'd been attacked by a large animal which he'd been forced to shoot, but that in the ensuing confusion, we'd been separated from the remains. It wasn't the whole truth, but it wasn't entirely a lie either. The recovery team met us about a mile from the cave. They were primarily focused on the evidence of the missing hiker. Accepting Jim's account of the animal attack without much questioning, his reputation and 30 years of service gave his words weight that my story alone would never have carried. In the days that followed, a more thorough search was conducted. The cave yielded more evidence. Not just of the hiker we'd been searching for, but of at least 3 other missing persons cases dating back several years. The official report attributed the deaths to predator activity, likely bear, though the forensic evidence was inconclusive. The case was closed. The families received closure, if not comfort. The forest continued to be protected and preserved, and if certain areas were now marked as environmentally sensitive and restricted from public access, few questioned it. Jim retired 3 months later. Before he left, he called me into his office and handed me a small metal box with a key. "Safety deposit box," he explained. "First National Bank in town. The samples are inside, along with my detailed report of what really happened. Your name's on the account, too." He held my gaze steadily. "Someday, when the time is right, when people might actually believe it without destroying everything trying to prove it, you'll know what to do with it." I've carried that key for 5 years now. I've continued my work as a ranger, watching over the forest with new eyes, a new understanding of the secrets it holds. I've heard the stories from other parks, other wilderness areas, sightings, encounters, evidence that doesn't quite fit the known catalog of North American wildlife. I've never seen another creature like the one Jim and I encountered that day. Perhaps it was the last of its kind. Perhaps the others, if they exist, have learned to be more cautious around humans. Or perhaps they've simply retreated deeper into the remaining wild places, areas where even rangers rarely venture. What I do know is that the wilderness is vaster and more mysterious than most people realize. Our understanding of it, scientific, rational, cataloged, is still just a thin veneer over depths we've barely begun to explore. So I continue my patrols. I warn hikers to stay on marked trails, to make noise while hiking, to properly store their food. All the standard precautions against bears and other known predators. And if I sometimes add a few extra warnings, if I discourage solo hiking in certain areas, if I make sure every visitor understands that the forest demands respect, well, that's just me being a thorough ranger. Because now I know what Jim meant when he told me, all those years ago, that the mountains have secrets, things that don't make it into the training manuals, things that perhaps shouldn't. And you, anonymous readers on the internet, are now the only others who know the full truth of what I experienced. I've never told another soul in person. Not my colleagues, not my friends, certainly not my superiors. As I said at the beginning, I was too scared of losing my job, of being called crazy or worse. But maybe by sharing this story, I'm finally taking the first step toward the day when Jim's samples can emerge from that safety deposit box. When the world might be ready to accept that our understanding of nature is still incomplete, that there are creatures yet undiscovered, even in our own backyards. Until then, if you find yourself hiking in the mountains of West Virginia, or any wilderness really, stay alert. Make noise. Keep to the trails. And if the forest around you suddenly goes quiet, if you hear something that sounds like a human scream but not quite, don't investigate, turn around. Go back the way you came. Return to safety, because some mysteries are best left unsolved, some creatures best left undisturbed, and some stories perhaps best left untold.